subscribe. Kerber's serving here 15:30 now. It's a little sketchy moment for her. But she saved a break point there, Kerber. Now she's got another one to save. There's the T forehand return. Backhand out of the forehand. Ooh, that goes out. No, it's landed in. It's landed in. In fact, it was a game point. I apologize. So she's held serve there, Kerber. That's quite impressive, really. How she's managed to stay with Iga so far. Can she keep it up? We will see. Dimitrov and Holger Rune are still warming up. $15 love to Iga. Hey, Mario. Can you hear me all right? Great. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Great. I'm actually streaming. I'm on your stream for Dimitrov, Holger Rune, but I'm also on the Iga stream. Believe it or not, I think it's working on both. I think I'm talking to you with Dimitrov. But actually, the audience who are watching Swiatek Gerber are also hearing me too. But I think Damien is needing a little bit more sleep, and that's fine. And as soon as he emerges, then I'll be with you 100%. But until then, I think we'll figure this out. But yeah. But that's I've got them. I've got them just started. By the way, you'll probably be slightly ahead of me, but it doesn't matter. I actually have a question for you. Yeah, actually, Damien's just texted me saying he'll be with us. He'll be with me, if you like, in 2 minutes, and then he can take over for the Iga stream. But I've got a question. I've got a question for you, Mario. What would you say is a good year for Holger Rune this year? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think I agree. I think basically, if as you say, if he gets a semi-final of a Grand Slam, maybe two Grand Slams, and if he wins another 1,000, maybe that would be excellent. If he won Paris Bercy again, that would be progress in a way. It's like I know he didn't win a 1,000 last year, and of course he didn't win a slam either. But yeah, I think when you're that, if you just make and he secures a comfortable, ATP Tour Finals end, that would be a great year. Yes, yes. Damien, are you ready to go? If you got a thumbs up, yeah, there you go. Damien, I'm on. Mario can't see you, and you can't see Mario, but I'm on two streams right now, Damien. I'm on the
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the eager stream. Although they're hearing me talking about Holger Rune right now, but I was going to ask Mario a question about Eager or Kerber or something. By the way, I think you were watching Mario. You were watching Kerber yesterday and that match with Tom Yanovich. How good was it? Because I didn't see any of it.
I wasn't. No,
That's what Mario was.
no, no.
It's probably my fault because I'm trying to be clever. I'm trying to be clever.
Yeah, I guess. Now I can't hear myself anymore. Yeah, I suppose. No, no, no. I didn't see Kerber at all yesterday. Basically, my expectations for today were nothing can happen. Like literally, there's no way Swiatek loses this. There's no way that this match is competitive. I mean, I see that so far it has been. But I'm also just tuning in. So speaking of matches that should have been competitive, but they weren't, of course, there's also that Rybakina Sabalenka one. Oh, and now John is off the stream. Anyway, whatever. Of course, now I'm here, so now we can just start watching Świątek Kerber. Anyway, I think for the second match, or maybe for like the for a part of the second match, we're gonna have Jack as in here as well. So it's probably gonna be just Świątek Kerber that I'm gonna be alone for. But yeah, do you now Andrzej Kerber, as we all know, is coming back from long, long layoff. 2022 Wimbledon was her last appearance, and she has kind of been, well, I don't want to say poor, but definitely it hasn't been like an explosive comeback. She finally defeated Ayla Tomljanovic yesterday, so that was of course big help for Team Germany because they eventually Alexander Zverev lost to Alex de Minaur, so they had to win in mixed. Andrzej Kerber was only playing mixed in the group stage. Then they started fielding Laura Ziegmund. But yeah, Iga Świątek, Andrzej Kerber, I guess it's still exciting whenever two former world number ones, well, not former in the case of Świątek, but whenever two world number ones play each other. But yeah, it doesn't seem like much can really happen in the long run in this match. I'm interested to see how Kerber has been keeping it so close. because this more or less seemed like another, typical Świątek match for me, where she's probably gonna get a couple of breadsticks or something. But yeah, maybe she's just not quite in her rhythm yet. Here she has an opportunity to clinch the 5th game, but she just misses that forehand wide. But yeah, Ostapenko, not Ostapenko, Rybakina Sabalenka was definitely a scoreline that surprised me. I was hoping to watch that, but eventually I ended up just getting a couple of hours of sleep, which I'm not gonna complain about. Oh, definitely, I'm not gonna complain about that. It's gonna help me massively when watching this, and then later, of course, there's the Oeiras Challenger final at in about 4 hours between Max Kaśnikowski and Gastão Elias, so I also have to watch that, and then probably I'll be back to sleep. Pretty big day for Polish tennis, I suppose. The United Cup final. Kaśnikowski trying to lock up his first challenger title, better shot than he had in Ortisei last year, and also Kamil Majchrzak playing that 15K final in his first event back. Of course, Majchrzak's 15K Monastir is not streamed, so that we can only just watch from afar and likely be glad with Kamil's first title back, but of course he still needs to actually play and win, even if the opponent is somewhat unimpressive, especially for a final. Yeah, Świątek holds in the end. I'm eager to check out how a Kerber service game looks like in this match as well, and whether there will be a moment very soon where Iga starts dominating. But I see that so far it's actually the action has all been happening on the Iga serve. Well, this game actually, but the first 4 games were pretty straightforward for the servers. Not exactly something I would expect from these two. But yeah, Świątek Kerber, they played once before Indian Wells 2022. Iga won from a set down. That was one of the first wins in her 37 match win streak. Well, not exactly like the first, second, or third, but it was I think one of the 6th, 7th win or something like that. And I remember that as that event in Indian Wells where I think Świątek was set down 3 consecutive times in the early rounds. But then was actually winning the next sets in these matches pretty easily. And after that, once she managed to get rid of Kerber and whoever the other 2 players were, then until the rest of the event, and one could even argue until Wimbledon, she basically killed everyone. So in a way, Kerber was one of the last opponents to trouble her in that 37 match win streak. It's also a bit of an all Polish clash with Kerber, also a Polish speaker, and I think even a citizen of a dual citizen of Poland and Germany. So there might be some Polish chit chat at the net in the end. So I believe her grandparents, I think, are Polish. They have this club even near Poznań in Puszczykowo. So yeah, as I said, lots of Polish and elements on the tour today. Kerber let this backhand return from Iga go, but it actually flies in with a ton of topspin on it. And now there's another return winner. This time it wasn't a case of Kerber just allowing it to bounce inside the court. This was simply ungettable for her after the second serve just sat up way too much for Iga. And it will be funny if like Iga never loses a game from here because that will be the match that I was sort of expecting. And so far Kerber hasn't really punished her all that much. But now hits a decent forehand into the Swiatek forehand as well. Iga can't quite recover with that extreme grip, but still one more break point. That's actually a very nice one from Kerber though. This time she actually managed to really go after that +1 forehand. This time it wasn't just Iga struggling with the grip, not getting to it in time. Now she really takes the forehand quite early. I guess we could also probably have as I said I just started watching, but you could probably have Kerber also like extra motivated for that one, as you often come extra hungry for a big match. And this, needless to say, is a big match for many, many, many reasons. Wow. Huh. See, it seemed like Angelique Kerber was on the defense, but then she said like, "Oh no," and she absolutely crashes this forehand cross. Great angle on it as well. But definitely the surprise factor, given that Iga thought that she is in full control of the point. That was quite crucial as well, and after saving 2 breakpoints, Angelique Kerber has a chance to even the score again. Iga gets the first strike and then overplays the next forehand. Yeah, 3-all. I guess they've both saved 2 breakpoints each. Kerber certainly holding up pretty well so far compared to our expectations. Yeah, this is, of course, as you guys know, also a very busy tennis day here on the channel. We've got currently also another stream for Rune Dimitrov. We've had a stream for Goff Svitolina and Sabalenka Rybakina earlier, sort of a combo one. So basically, all will be covered, I think, other than Rublev Rusuvori when it comes to the main tour finals. But yeah, this one will be, I think, one stream to sort of wrap it all up at the United Cup. But yeah, we have arrived at a stage where even an opponent getting to 3-all against Iga is already a bit of an achievement. But, it does give us a more competitive match than I was expecting. I think Jack is supposed to be here at like 9:30 as well to join me my time, which is right now it's 8:11. And I remember thinking that he's probably going to be like midway through the first set of Hurkacz Zverev anyway, because Swiatek is surely going to win in half an hour. And that's not happening. Of course, half an hour being a rather, not a number that I was taking literally. I was definitely hyperboling it a little. That was a bit of a hyperbole for sure, but in other words, it's pretty impressive how she's keeping Iga at least on her toes, at least honest for a while now. We'll see. Do I believe that this is gonna keep going like this? Probably not. But yeah, she's definitely forced Swiatek to rush a little bit at least, and at least is exposing some deficiencies in terms of her shot selection so far. especially as she keeps going for that forehand down the line, and it's actually, yeah, in great rhythm. Super flat, pretty dangerous ball, and she's at 30 all now on the Iga serve. A break here, and then suddenly it could get quite dangerous actually for the Pole. So she approaches the net now, and no, that was not a great idea, honestly. That just seemed like not like something she was like sort of gonna throw in. Of course, they're trying to make it a thing in her game, but here the whole plan was just sort of off from the get-go, and she gets it very wrong technically as well with that sort of backhand volley off the body. And now breakpoint up for Angelique Kerber. She already had a couple in the 2-3 game. She saved it. Then Swiatek had a couple in the 3-all game. In the Kerber had it in the 2-all game. Swiatek had a couple as well. Had to save a couple as well in the 2-3 game. And she manages to do it again. Hurkacz coming back, I guess, from the toilet. I don't know. Why aren't you supporting Iga? Maybe that's why she's losing. I mean, she's not losing because she saved this breakpoint, but net court from Kerber really helps Swiatek here. Still has to finish it off, but the forehand has lots of precision on it. So wow. And speaking of these forehands down the line from Kerber, I mean, this is a bit of a rocket. Of course, most of the power, like she's actually using what Swiatek threw at her, but really this shot that has been absolutely elite so far. So flat as well. Doesn't really bounce a whole lot. Maybe you guys also like struggling to adjust the patterns against the lefty, honestly, because it does feel like she constantly gets burned by it. That's really solid though. Just a good first serve, and as routine of a cleanup as it could be, really. Although it didn't have to be, she just made it look like it. Did Iga play a left-hander somewhere recently? Vondrousova, I guess, at the WTA finals. This event, not really. Oh, and yeah, actually she did, right? Yeah, she did. I guess not the last two matches, but she still should be pretty used to. Ooh, and a double fault from Swiatek to give Kerber another breakpoint. I think it's the fifth one already. Yeah, I guess Haddad Maya, she also played in this event, right? So yeah, it's not like she hasn't had any chances against lefties recently. So but yeah, if Kerber was playing like this in her opening matches, then I don't think she would have, won just 3 games against Sakari. Won just 3 games. I don't know if I said won or lost. Yeah, but to be honest, whenever she is breakpoint down, she suddenly plays like the best sort of percentage attacking tennis you can get, really. No risky shots here, just slowly building up the point and eventually wrapping it up with this forehand down the line. So kind of inside out already, actually. So yeah, just can't quite take the breakpoints right now, Kerber, but also she's not getting the chances. The opportunities that she's getting to counter with the forehand on deuce points, she's not really getting them. Breakpoint down. Now that's a better one from Iga. Takes the backhand very early on the +1 shot, and then just a put away as well. So she will finally get a game point after 3 breakpoints saved in this one, and also 2 in her previous service game. So whatever happens from here, Kerber has been making it really tough for her. If Poland would win today like 2-0, then the MVP would be Swiatek because Hurkacz lost like 1 match. It reminds me of this one team that we have every year, the Polish table tennis national university championships, because there's this one team who has like the 2 best players in the event. They are sisters, and basically whoever gets the MVP of the event is the one that lost a set along the way. And yeah, it's pretty funny always because they like compete for that actually, and they're good enough so that they never really lose a match. So here it would be slightly different because Hurkacz actually lost the match, so it's obvious. But like if Poland would win 2-0 here, it would be a pretty dominant victory for the team. Although of course they were actually playing mixed to stay in the event against Spain. It's just that the mix to stay in the event was a double bagel, so we don't really remember as a match as a match where it was any close because Dawidowicz, Fokina, Soribes, Stormo, they never won a game. Yeah, that overhead I was a little afraid of, honestly, even when she was running up to it. I know it's an easy ball, but still, you can be uncomfortable in something like this. It's not a gimme, especially under pressure. But yeah, she just slammed it. Yeah, and if you guys are more interested in Rune Dimitrov, there's a stream for that as well. Grigor looking for his first title in over 6 years already. ATP Finals 2017. Imagine being told when he won the ATP Finals in 2017, when he was number 3 in the world, that he would be waiting 6 years for the next title. Or maybe even more. Maybe he can't get it today. Or even that when he played Rotterdam in 2018, which was so close to that ATP Finals success as well, that he would wait 5 years for another final, which of course already happened in Geneva last year, and then also in ATP Masters at the ATP Masters 1000 in Paris. But still, absolutely unbelievable that it's happened to him, because in the meantime he's been doing very well in other events. It's not like he's been struggling for 5 seasons. He's actually had deep slam runs, deep ATP 1000 runs in the meantime, been around the top 20, 30 all the time. It's just that he hasn't really posted any, well, not a final for 5 years, and now looking for his first title in 6 years' time. Of the women's finals on the WTA Tour today, I only catched. Catched. Oh, Jesus, yeah, that's how you can hear that I'm tired. But I only caught Goff Svitolina quite a lot. But honestly, after the first set, it seemed a bit like Coco will always have like the physical edge going forward. But definitely an enjoyable one. And yes, Sabalenka Rybakina, as I said, I have no clue what exactly happens there. Now Kerber might be falling into some trouble though. Love 30. Previous game, a few opportunities. Never really got a chance to clinch any of them, but still, it has to weigh in a little bit. And yeah, that's just Iga pulling the trigger on this actually backhand inside out. And yeah, that's 3 breakpoints now. When she's feeling a bit more confident, it doesn't even take all that much from Kerber. Like, it wasn't even a short ball. It was just a shot that she took with no particular sense of direction, no particular threat either, and that's enough. Like that allows Iga to just find the killing blow instantly. She does miss the return on the low 40 point, but still has 2 more breakpoints to look at. This is her 4th opportunity of the match. Herself, she has saved 5. And will this be the first one that's taken? Not yet, not yet. Overplays this backhand a little bit. It's interestingly tense so far, for sure. But that's also because NG is like not performing like in the first few matches, right? She's actually at least making this pretty competitive. So given all the sort of the occasion and the pressure resulting from that, I think it's it's in. Wow. Yeah, that's a bit of a fortunate way to break, honestly, for Swiatek. But she did win the first 3 points in great style, so can't really say that she was lucky or something because, well, the other points in this game were more. But yeah, here she mishits the forehand slightly, and I think Kerber is also unsure whether to go at it or not. She also apologizes for that, Swiatek, but of course, the point goes to Team Poland. It's a winner by the stats. And now we have Iga serving for the set at 5-3. But yeah, 44 minutes to get to that sort of scenario. So it's definitely not the Kerber that's lost to Sakari, lost 6-3-6. Maybe the match against Tomljanovic opened her up a little bit. Or maybe she's just more hungry for a match against Iga. Or maybe she's just getting better with every performance. The big ask, of course, if Iga indeed holds here, will be whether Kerber keeps it up in the second set, and whether the second set will also be competitive, or will the sort of steam train just begin its ride, and there won't be anything that the German will be able to stop it. That's kind of how it feels, but I know it's mostly because of what we've been seeing from Iga the last couple of months. That's kind of how it feels, that she should separate herself pretty soon. That's how it feels with the first couple of points in the next game as well. That's a fun return from Kerber, just sort of a very compact, very shortened motion, and it actually comes back very pacey. I think she needed to go for it as it was like at the body, 182 kilometers an hour as well, and it does give Swiatek a lot of issues. Still 30-15 up though. And a double fault as well to get us back to 30 all. So she had like lots of momentum, it seemed, with the first couple of points in this game. But now a third double fault. And things might be getting slightly more tricky than we were expecting them to. That's a bigger serve this time at the Kerber backhand, though she can't quite handle it. And now we've got a set point for the Pole, for Team Poland to sort of get in the lead already in the United Cup, although of course one set doesn't actually get them in the lead in the tie. Well, it does technically, but it's not a point on the board in the best of 3 tie format. But it would get Team Poland very close to the first point on the board. Well, I almost thought it was a double fault, but apparently it's a let. So she'll have a chance to do better on this second serve than the previous one. She goes at the Kerber forehand. Kerber was already waiting around, I think, to maybe run it around. But she actually is surprised by the kick, by the direction. She doesn't get there. Iga talking to her coach now on the changeover, as we have just finished the opening set after 48 minutes. So a pretty competitive 6-3. But yeah, Luis in the chat saying that it's now going to be 6-love in the second set. It's certainly a scenario that feels very possible. Let me tell you, if Angelique Kerber wins more than 3 games in the second set, it will be very surprising. I would say, yeah, 2, 1, or 0 are the most likely answers. But maybe it's just something that we're saying because of how dominant Iga has been on the tour. Maybe Kerber can keep peaking and asking, at least asking the questions a little bit. Stats on my screen as well. What do we have here? Slightly more first serve points won for Swiatek, but a reasonable amount for Kerber as well. Lots of first serves in from Iga, which of course really helps. 12 forehand winners to 8 forehand winners. Wow, that's quite a lot of shots that ended the point for a 6-3 set. But it also was a reasonably lengthy 6-3 set, I think. 21 winners, it seems, as a whole for Iga, to 13 unforced errors, 11 to 6 for Kerber. 1 out of 5, as we know, on breakpoints for Swiatek, 0 out of 5 for Kerber. So that's really the most important stat of the set so far. But as we said, especially when she was saving these free breakpoints in the free all game, Swiatek was like super clutch on all of these saves. So mostly getting the first serve in and mostly just wrapping up the points in 2 or 3 shots without risking all that much. And net points won as well, 5 out of 6 for Iga. So the backhand volley that I remember her missing was actually the only net point that she lost. And yeah, more competitive than we expected, but the victor in the opening set is the player that we thought was going to do it. Let's see if Kerber can keep throwing the kitchen sink at Iga and actually forcing her to come up with such especially like such a clutch response. It's certainly a good start to the second set for Iga. So you have a replay on her of her just crashing the backhand. But now she's pushed into her forehand corner and again does not really respond. I think that's probably a big part of what's been happening so far, that the defense out of the forehand corner is often rushed. The extreme grip on the forehand is often rushed. And of course, Kerber goes there again. Now she plays a drop shot and Iga wins the point with a pretty spectacular sort of cat and mouse through the net hot shot. Angie clapping her hand against the racket as well. Yeah, seemed like again because of the uncertain Swiatek forehand defense, Kerber was in control of the point. The drop shot was actually pretty good, I thought, but it didn't allow Kerber to survive against the piece of magic that Swiatek cooked up. The return is just out though, so it's 30-all. Of course, this is quite a crucial game for Kerber to like stop the bleeding and yeah, just not get overrun in the second set. Stop all that momentum that Swiatek has at the moment and throw the ball right back to her. But second serves like these, yeah, they are not gonna work. Can't just roll it into the middle of the service box. No depth, no pace, no spin. And Iga instantly capitalizes on that. So breakpoint up now. to take her fourth game in a row, would it be? I guess, yeah. And a very wild forehand error from Kerber does give Swiatek a set and a break lead. The 6-0 predictors for the second set certainly quite happy right now. Does seem like a pretty reasonable outcome, although maybe Kerber can keep pressuring the serve at least a little bit. 5-3 when Iga was serving for it. She did have a fairly all situation, so perhaps it's not really the end yet. Yeah, and of course, Poland is like a big favorite against Germany, mostly because Iga is more or less guaranteed to win a point for Poland. But later on, you would have like two very competitive matches, right? You would get Hurkacz Zverev and the mixed, which I think both are like 50-50. So it's not a gimme, definitely not for Team Poland if Iga wins here. But it would give Hurkacz a really nice opportunity to secure the tie already. I don't know if he would do it, but the fact that Zverev was playing for so long yesterday and was cramping in the mixed against Australia, that could be very helpful. We'll see. Hurkacz Zverev is actually a matchup we haven't watched in a while. Maybe I'll leave that discussion for next time, for the actual match when they will be playing. But yeah, it's like a 50-50 for me, I think, with the yesterday's Australia versus Germany going on for so long, and Zverev potentially being a lot more tired than Hurkacz. And mixed, I think Swiatek Hurkacz against Zygmunt Zverev, it's really in that range where it's all close because it's mixed and no one really knows what's happening, and no one can play doubles. Of course, that's a stretch. They can all play doubles. It's just they don't do it on a regular basis outside of Zygmunt, of course. Unless the German team actually surprises and maybe goes Kerber, Zverev again, given that Kerber is playing pretty well here. But I don't think so. I think Zygmunt, after excellent mixed doubles showings in the quarters and the semis, is actually extremely likely to get that nomination. Of course, like initially, Germany has nominated Zygmunt Marterer, but I don't know why they beat around the bush like this. Like, it's obvious that if it's not a dead rubber, in which case I don't think they will even play it, right? Because they would have to sort of wait with the trophy ceremony then. So I don't think a dead rubber is going to be played here. So yeah, Zygmunt Marterer is not going to be their lineup, which is a bit of a shame that Marterer is not going to play, like, probably at all this United Cup. Daniel Michalski is in the same spot. But, I guess that was their choice. They knew what they were signing up for. Perhaps they got a lot of good quality practice with the other guys. Maybe it's going to help them for the rest of the year. Marterer, of course, gearing up for the Australian Open. Michalski is going to try to play a couple of charges in Don Taburi now, so perhaps it's still good for them to just be part of the team. Hello, Nick. Oh, that's a surprising guest. I wasn't expecting you.
I wasn't originally going to be on. I was going to sit down and sort of enjoy it, but John said that you were on your own, and I thought, I'll come and keep you company. I was interested in hearing your thoughts on the mixed doubles coming in, and I agree with you that it's a shame that the double specialists aren't being used. Having said that, from what I'm reading from Jose Morgado on Twitter, Zverev didn't get to bed until 5:30 in the morning. So depending on how the Hurkacz match goes, he might not play that mixed doubles, and it would be Marterer.
I don't think they'll play the mixed doubles at all. If it's 2-0, they won't play the mixed doubles because
not, no.
Then you have to delay the trophy ceremony. Yeah, I would love it if Marterer played, but I don't know if I see it. After not being used for such a long while, and of course he's not also a doubles specialist. Like, he's
so
just
who
singles
would they put instead of Marterer
number 2
if he didn't
reserve.
have Zverev? Who else do they have?
Who do they have? They must have like someone. Is it like Team Putz?
I think they do have someone else.
Is it Team Putz? No, I think it might be Team Putz, but Let me check that quickly. Actually,
I'm also looking it up.
Kai Vechnelt, yeah, but then again, Kai Vechnelt, that's not. He is a double specialist, but he is like a top 150-ish ranked player, probably.
I think it's going to be Martyr, isn't it? If out of those three options,
I think it's still gonna be Zverev. Like even if he's on his last legs,
What if it's a live mixed doubles rubber?
Yeah, like there's not gonna be a dead rubber in mixed. I don't think so.
I know Shrihari on Twitter has just put out that he thinks that Hurkacz is going to it's a winnable match for Hurkacz.
Oh, it's a super winnable match for Hurkacz. I mean, why not? Especially with Zverev cramping yesterday at the end against in the mixed, and yeah, basically the fact that they finished way after midnight. I think it's very open for Hurkacz to win it, and absolutely.
Kerber's just gone along with a forehand, by the way, on my stream, but I think I think I'm probably slightly behind.
No, I actually switched to a different stream, so we might be on a similar page. But
okay.
Well,
so I was commentating on Goff, so I missed the first couple of games of the Swiatek match. But from what I could tell, it was quite competitive for the first part of it, with Kerber kind of doing Kerber things, using her counter punching to absorb what Swiatek was throwing at her, and doing quite well at that. But Swiatek found a way to step up towards the end of the set, and now she's won 6 games in a row.
Yeah, I mean there was that 3-all game where basically Swiatek had to save 3 breakpoints. Also in the 2-all game she had to save 2, but basically the 3-all was more important, I think, and all of these were like quick first serve. The point is over in 2 or 3 shots, whereas on the deuce points you would get like either an easy miss or definitely the Jesus. I have to drink some water, but I will do that in a second.
Yeah,
but basically what I'm trying to say is that Kerber was like countering her forehand down the line incredibly. I think Swiatek also needed some time to perhaps adjust to the patterns against the lefty, which she's played a few recently, but like she kept getting burned by this one forehand down the line from Kerber. Basically, now it's not really a factor. Now like all the momentum is with her, and basically we're not gonna be talking about the match anymore, probably because there's not gonna be much to talk about. It's more of what we expected. But yes, Kerber came out with a lot of like motivation and definitely played for a while at least much better than in her previous matches. It's also a big one, right? Regardless of the United Cup final, right? It's number 1 against number 1, of course. One former, one current. So I understand why it's been like this. But certainly after saving these 3 breakpoints at 3-all, especially, Iga has just managed to separate herself.
I certainly didn't expect Kerber to make it competitive after seeing her for the rest of the United Cup. Like, getting beaten down by, she didn't get beaten down by Paolini, but she was definitely the second best player for that opening match. And then she, and like the other matches, like Garcia leaked sets. I wasn't reading too much into that result. The Tomjanovic one was a real battle. And then who did she lose to in the quarter? Who did they play in the quarters? It's Zachary. Zachary was another one that wasn't super competitive. So fair play to Kerber. She came out and made at least the beginning of the match more competitive than I thought.
Yeah,
one, but she is literally just coming back, and she's in 30s.
Like the first set here was one of her best signs this event. It's winning 3 games in a set, so I know it might sound unimpressive, but she really was playing very well. She did keep it 48 minutes as well.
She had 3 games in a set against Swiatek, and also had break points in 2 other games. Like, that's not bad for Angie. How do you think Iga's been looking this United Cup? I've only watched a couple of her matches in full. I caught Haddad Meyer, and I don't think I've really watched a live match of hers since, because she's always been put in the middle of the night, my time. But I've not been super convinced about her. No, I did. Actually, I caught the Garcia comeback.
So you watched the match against Maya and you weren't convinced? You're a tough guy to please then.
I don't know, because I was like, I mean, like it was a good match, but I've like it wasn't a complete beatdown.
I have a very different feeling about it, honestly. No, I mean, I think she's just been continuing more in the vein of what she was doing in Beijing and WTA finals. Perhaps we haven't really seen her like tactical prowess that she showed there, because she also didn't really need it. Like everything has been pretty easy for her. I know she lost the opening set against Garcia, but after that it was just like, blitzing her literally, and definitely serving much better as the match went on as well. So I think it's pretty early to say something, just because she hasn't really been pushed, and you probably learn most about a player's form, disposition, mental side when they are pushed. But it seems like she is definitely playing much better in Australia than she was last year. So yeah, main favorite for the Australian Open anyway. Win streak is going. If she wins Melbourne, that's my prediction. If she wins Melbourne, she doesn't drop from the number one spot for the whole year.
I'd agree with that. Although I would say that Rybakina Brisbane run is probably sending some interesting signals, because her matchup with Rybakina, especially on faster surfaces, is not ideal.
Yeah.
And Rybakina barely only dropped 15 games in the whole tournament.
Yeah, 15 games in nine sets. But I'm not really looking at it like this, because you still need to get that much. And in the best of three format, like I'm never really looking at it like in the draw. If it's gonna be Swiatek Rybakina semis, I'm not gonna just put them into that spot and like expect that much. I'm gonna be like, okay, if that happens, yeah, in the Melbourne conditions, if they are the same as last year, that's tricky for sure. But I'm not gonna be like already thinking about that one, and that has to happen. But of course, yeah, I mean, Rybakina absolutely dominated the event. I didn't get to see a single ball from her final against Sabalenka. I had to get some sleep at least today, so I'm not sure what happened there. Of course, I wasn't expecting a 6-love 6-3 win.
Her first serve percentage was incredibly high, and her forehand was amazing. That being said, Sabalenka made a lot of errors. So, but I think that was Rybakina came out firing and rattled her, and then she just sort of never really picked herself back up, really. And Rybakina just cruised on with it. I don't know. That you might be right, but obviously, the semi-final final is the only place that Swiatek and Rybakina can meet. But I would see that being at least very competitive. And yeah, you're probably right. I'm probably being harsh about the Swiatek Haddad Maia match. I think I was just because she was better and stayed ahead. I guess it was like I didn't see it as utterly dominant. And I saw a few mistakes, but that came from sort of early rust. But Swiatek is a player who can get away with a few mistakes now and then against most players, if she's being patient.
Yeah, and she's getting away with anything now. The Kerber match. Someone in the chat was like, she's gonna win the second set 6-love. I pretty much said the same, that it's definitely a very possible scoreline. Now we have a break point for her to.
Yeah, me too. Bagel incoming by the look of it.
Oh, what was that? Like
that was
not connecting with that backhand return. I mean backhand shot at all. So yeah, 19 minutes in the second set now. After the first one lasted 48, and well,
yeah. Like
typically, it is what it is.
I come in for like the shortest period of the match. Like, oh, help Damien! Oh no, he's he actually did the hard. He just did all the heavy lifting on his own.
I actually started doing the stream at 2-all. So earlier it was John. So you could also say that John did some of the heavy lifting.
Okay, well, thank you, John, if you're listening. I don't know whether you're producing this or producing the other match, the Rune Dimitrov final, which I do have on.
I think he might be doing both. He might be doing both, honestly. At least for a while, he was doing both.
I do have Rune Dimitrov on the other screen, and I can say that is a much more competitive match. I'm assuming we're just doing this match. We're not doing the mixed.
I mean, we're doing Hurkacz Zverev as well.
Zverev, yeah. Is that straight after this? Yeah.
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 Jack is supposed to join in like 45 minutes, I think. And
Is it
if there is a mixed, we're gonna be doing a mixed as well.
Is that a is this the same stream or are we jumping onto a different one?
That I actually don't know, and I was gonna check that earlier, but I forgot. I think it was supposed to be the same stream, but since the title is actually mentions Swiatek Kerber, now I'm not sure. But yeah, it's the same stream.
Well, let's find out. But basically, I was asking more for the viewers than for me, because obviously we need.
I was actually curious for me.
Yeah, like you kind of need to know because you're doing both.
Hell with
right?
the viewers. I was just curious if I was gonna have to change something or not. No,
It's a
probably
shame.
after during the break we're gonna like come off and put on something on the screen, right, and then be back because it's gonna be like 20 minutes or something.
Yeah,
But I think it is the
can't
same
talk that
stream.
much.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Swiatek's coming out to serve for the match. 6-3-5 love. She's been in this position many times, but can she complete the bagel? And get Poland the advantage. I think it's a good thing they put this match first because Swiatek was the favorite, whereas the other two matches there's a little bit more jeopardy. So that I think the tension would be higher in a Hurkacz Zverev match for Hurkacz to finish the job for Poland. Great return from Kerber though, who then misses the forehand from sort of shoulder height into. She came in mid-court, shoulder height forehand, puts it in the tram lines, just out according to the screens. So good positive point from Kerber right up until that last forehand. Okay, so 3 points left for Swiatek to finish this match off. Serves into the body serve with the first serve. Goes inside out with a forehand, comes in behind it. Kerber nets. The forehand was too big for Kerber to do anything much about. 30 love. 6-3, 5 love, 30 love. 2 points away from putting Poland in control of the United Cup final. I don't know if I'm giving you spoilers or whether you already know this, but we'll find out. That's an ace. That is a body serve ace from Iga Swiatek. 40 love, 3 match points to put Poland in control. Put Poland in charge, not control, because their next match is very, very up in the air. Swiatek. Body serve. Kerber puts in the net. Game, set, match. Swiatek 6-3, 6 love. Probably shouldn't have expected anything different. Especially with the form Kerber was in. But yeah, I'm assuming the massive Polish contingent in the crowd is very, very happy. Damien is unfazed.
I mean, honestly, we are all expecting this. For the past 20 minutes or so, we've known that this is happening. I don't know if a 6 love victory, but you know, 6-1, 6-2, who cares? But yeah, of course, this was never going to be the most exciting match, but we did get a couple of really nice games out of it at the very beginning. So
the first 6 games were a real contest. And then, yeah,
I mean, 7 for sure. 7 for sure. You know, that 3-0 game is actually the most important one of the match, probably.
Yeah.
Where Swiatek saves 3 break points.
Yeah, Swiatek wins that game and then doesn't lose another one.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
I don't know if she even had a chance to lose another one. Probably not. I don't think there was a game point after that.
No. She basically did to Kerber what I thought was going to happen for most of the match. So credit to Kerber for making it competitive for 7 games. But then
that's sort of where we are right now with Iga Swiatek. So credit to Kerber for making it competitive for half an hour, but then you lose the next every game in a row, and
next 8. So you have half the match. So that's all right. Hello, Sport and Politics. You have joined just as we're probably going to take a break before the Hurkacz Zverev match.
There was also a question about Rublev, which I sort of have to reply to, I guess.
Are
you willing to provide a short Rublev rant sometime? Honestly,
Matthew,
I'm not
here. Hopefully you're going to get what you want.
I'm not passionate about him enough to like provide a rant, I think. Rublev is just a little frustrating to me because when he like got to the tour, he could beat everyone. He was just slapping that forehand, you know, whatever the shot really was of the forehand side, he was able to do it. Either big blow down the line, the forehand slide that he has, you know, on the counters, the whip, cross court, everything he could do it. He could do it all. he was such a dangerous, sort of fast-paced player, and I feel like he's lost that edge to his game. Like right now, of course, he's a very high base game. He's number 5 in the world, and deservedly so. Is he still number 5? At least he was number 5 recently, and
Yeah,
deservedly so. But yeah, he just can't go above his head anymore. Like he can't go above a certain level. He's not the player with like a very high peak anymore, which is fine because he probably gets more consistency out of it. But in terms of his big title winning prospects, I think it's clear that he's only really able to do that when the opportunity is there, like when the stars align, when it's something like Monte Carlo this year or Shanghai. So clearly at the ATP 1000 level, these opportunities pop up. But to me, his Grand Slam quarterfinal barrier was never really much of a mental thing. Like he just kept running into guys he couldn't beat at that stage, or players who would peak like Tiafoe at the US Open, like Cilic and Roland Garros. And this sort of, I think there are a lot of players like this who have a very high floor, don't really have the ceiling, at least at this point in time. And then you sort of run into a situation where either there's a certain caliber of opposition you're struggling against, or someone who just gets red hot and you have no real way of responding to that. Of course, he was very close to beating Cilic. Over the course of his career, is it likely that he gets like a slam semi? Yes, but if we're talking about winning a title, especially with Sinner, Rune, and Alcaraz getting stronger with every single year, this is going to be rough for him. I'm not really sure how he beats a guy like this in a final, unless Rune is struggling physically again or something like that. But I'm not really sure how he gets it done against guys like that.
No, yeah, I'm of the same opinion. To be honest, I think he definitely got a caliber he's expected to beat, a caliber that he'll be competitive with, and a caliber that he wouldn't beat. So yeah, I'm kind of with you there. Right, have you done much of a preview of Hurkacz versus Zverev? Whilst
No,
you've been
I sort of left it for the stream. I just mentioned that they haven't played in a while. I don't know if you want to do that now, or will you still be here after the break? Like, are you still?
I don't. I mean, I can be if needed. I'd
I
say.
mean, you don't need to. It's optional.
I basically say is that like depending on when time
Mhm.
Jack shows up, I'm happy to sort of cover for Jack until he arrives.
Okay. Jack was
Um,
supposed to be here in like 35 minutes from here, so I guess
which
we
I,
can just talk about it when the match starts. Then.
which I think it's the start of the Hurkacz, which I think he said when they're due to come out on court because it looks like they're
Well,
taking.
there's no not before, so it's probably
They're
gonna
not
be like in
okay.
like 15, 20 minutes. Yeah,
Okay,
I would assume so.
I thought it was a not before for that match, but maybe maybe
I'm
that's right.
well, actually, I haven't checked that. I'm just assuming because that would kind of make no sense in my opinion because a lot of the time you would have a long break. Yeah, I don't think this
Was it
really
not before? Okay,
is
cool.
a
Well, in which
thing.
case, we'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes for Hurkacz and Zverev. Hope you
Oh,
enjoyed.
there is a not before. However, the not before is in 4 minutes.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, so they might be out in 4 minutes.
So
We'll
yeah,
take a
like
short break
50, like
anyway.
15 minutes. Yeah, we're gonna be back, and then we can talk about the Hurkacz Zverev preview.
All
I
right.
hope our
Okay.
producer is here to do that, or maybe you can do that. I don't know.
I mean, I can. So just put something up. I mean, I don't know what we would put, but we can have a look. But we can certainly take a break, and we can put some music on whilst we're waiting for the next match. So just have the result on the screen.
Yeah, so certainly fine. And in the meantime, of course, you guys can also join Rune Dimitrov, the other stream. Sorry, the other stream we're doing at the moment. But
Yeah,
make sure to come back for Hurkacz Zverev.
but for sure, I'm sure the guys will give us a heads up on that stream when Hurkacz versus Zverev is gonna get underway.
We're sort of competing for views here, so
Yeah,
make sure to come back.
I
Of
mean,
course, I'm
let's put it,
joking, but
Dimitrov Brew is actually an interesting place, guys. So that's worth just keeping an eye on because Dimitrov is currently serving to take it into a first set. The tiebreak
it's a
started.
tiebreak. It's a
It's
tiebreak
a
already.
tiebreak.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to go and enjoy that while we're waiting, and we'll see you in a bit. And we're back. Hello. Hope you didn't mind the short break. The players are currently warming up on court. Hurkacz and Zverev are now ready to go for the second rubber of the United Cup in the Ken Rosewall Arena in Sydney. So obviously we're all here ready to enjoy the match. If you're interested in the Brisbane final, Grigor Dimitrov won the first set on a tiebreak 7-5. But yeah, Damien, thoughts ahead of Hurkacz versus Zverev?
Yeah, I guess, now we have like a couple of 50-50 matchups incoming, both in the men's singles and the mixed doubles, which this is why we thought that Poland was such a big favorite, because other than these random matches, well, there was a point that was almost guaranteed to go our way. So it's a good opportunity for Hurkacz to close it out. I think the last couple of matches, especially, he hasn't been like spectacular, but he's been solid enough against opponents who somewhat faltered on the day. Zverev might as well be the same. Zverev yesterday, he had such a long match against the Minor, then in the mixed, he was cramping near the end of it. We know that that match will finish like long after midnight, so it won't be easy for him to recover. It's a matchup we haven't seen in ages. I definitely remember their Madrid 2019 one vividly. Hurkacz won the opening set, then lost in 3. Of course, Madrid isn't really like usual clay, but they both like it there for sure. Compared to, well, Zverev is of course good on other clay courts as well, but like Madrid is also one of his best events. And where did they play in 2021?
I can't remember off the top of my head. Sorry. 2021. Did they? I didn't even realize they played in 2021, to be honest.
Or maybe it wasn't 21, maybe it was 22. But no, I wanted to say Dubai or something, but it's not Dubai. Oh, the ATP finals, yeah. And that was actually a pretty easy win for Zverev, who ended up winning the title. I don't think the head-to-head is really too relevant here. It's actually a bit of a surprise that they've only played twice for sure, compared to like his record against most other peers, the best players of that generation. Hurkacz definitely has played them more. Tsitsipas especially, but even Medvedev, he's had like 5 matches against, so it's a bit of a quirk that they haven't really faced each other all that much. And I just don't really see a universe where this isn't a coin flip, and that's how I'm approaching it.
Yeah. Do you think Zverev's recovery from going late in the mixed doubles will make much of a difference?
Yeah, if it does, of course, this tips the scales in Hurkacz's favor quite massively. And it should, honestly, it's a matchup where both players are like sort of in a similar zone of big serving, but then often playing kind of tentatively of the ground. If we see that a lot, if we get a number of these longer exchanges, which we should, in a Hurkacz Zverev matchup, it might be a little tough for Sasha to play this after yesterday. Obviously, they still don't really have a better choice. So it's not like they could have subbed him in for Martiner, I think. I think it had to be Zverev anyway. But, well, he knows best whether he is ready, right? So they probably asked him, "Are you?" And he said yes, apparently.
I mean, he's going to have to try because he's, he's going to have to try because, he is their, you're right, he's their best hope of stopping Hurkacz. And, well, we are now underway with Hurkacz serving first. Looks like he's won the toss. Both players in white, but with different coloured shorts. Hurkacz with a red pair of shorts. Zverev with black. So it shouldn't be too hard to tell the difference. The Hurkacz backhand is wide or wide and just long. So it's love 15. First point to Germany.
Yeah, I also just realized that basically if Hurkacz wins this, then Poland will only have lost 1 rubber throughout the entire event.
And that was
Hurkacz
losing to
Davidovich for even the dead rubbers in mixed in the quarters and in the semis we've won.
Did you watch that one where Hurkacz lost to ADF?
Yeah, I think I've watched all the Poland ties this event. I believe so. At least the singles. I didn't watch the dead rubbers in mixed. I don't really give a care about that, but yeah, I think I've watched them all. Hurkacz against Davidovich Fokina, and generally Hurkacz in groups was pretty awful. He was like so tight. His returning was poor, especially in the opening set against Sabov Wild. But the Hurkacz in the knockout stages is actually a much more watchable player, a much more confident player, and yeah, he's been able to improve as the event goes on for sure. And in the mixed and even from the get go, he was looking very comfortable when he had Iga on his side. It was just the singles that in the group stage wasn't really working out for him. And of course, in the knockout stages, they haven't had to play a mixed doubles
Yeah, it
tie
just helped.
yet.
We'll see if they have to play them today, early stages. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's helped so much because, well, they also want to get some practice in for the Olympics, but 2 matches already. Maybe they won't need a third one. Hurkacz will be trying to make sure that they won't need a third one.
How likely do you think it is that Hurkacz and Swiatek will be playing the Olympics?
Almost 100%.
Okay.
Like that's basically what we are at. I mean, they've both stated that this is the plan.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like yeah, absolutely, and yeah, it makes sense. I think they'd have a really, really good chance of winning the Olympics. I guess it depends from Iga's perspective. Maybe she might think that she has a better chance of winning the singles if she doesn't play the mixed doubles. I'm thinking what happened to her in Roland Garros 21, where she ran out of gas a little bit, but then Roland Garros 2020, she was fine doing both singles and doubles.
Yeah, but where did she get to in Roland Garros 2020?
She won the title in the singles, and she got to the
in the doubles. I mean, it was the
semis.
semis. Okay, semis. Yeah. Okay.
So,
of course, at some point she like totally eliminated the doubles, but the Olympics are like her main focus for this year, and yeah, clearly they prefer the mixed over men's doubles. I wonder what that means for Poland in general, because if it does Zielinski have a partner to play with, because that might mean that Hurkacz will play 3 competitions even. Unless someone sort of rises to the occasion, or Zielinski is in the top 10, in which case I think he could choose any partner he wants. But that seems kind of unlikely with the Australian Open points and the Rome title dropping. So yeah, I think Hurkacz might play all 3. Swiatek's definitely not gonna play all 3.
No. I don't think who could Swiatek play with if she did want to play in the women's doubles. Like, I don't know is there
Linette.
Linette probably.
Linette's the best. She's been playing now with Bernarda Pera quite a lot, and also focusing on the doubles. Here, of course, we've got Katarzyna Peter, who's also in the top 100 now. I don't think she is actually a great doubles player. Like, when you watch her, it's a bit of a mess, frankly. I have this pretty strong opinion on doubles and women's doubles as a whole, where like there's like 50 or 100 like true great doubles players on the WT tour, and the others are just playing singles essentially. But I think she's one of these who's actually playing singles in doubles. But yeah, she's around like top 70 at the moment, so she could be also an option. But yeah, she's not going to play all 3 because that would be too much.
Yep. Yeah. No, I would agree. It's pretty much for most people. I would say, like unless you are unless you're Jessica Pegula, I don't see.
You can play all 3 if you're not expecting to go deep in every single competition. But if you are like very confident that you're gonna go deep in everything you play, then it becomes an issue. Because if you're just like a random tennis player who goes to the Olympics and like of course wants to win but has literally 0 hopes of winning, then you sign up for everything you can. But if you are Iga Swiatek and like you are basically the odds-on favorite for the Olympics, regardless of what's gonna happen, like barring injuries, then yeah, I mean you can't really be going for everything anymore.
Yeah, it's a similar vibe to when Murray went to Wimbledon 2012 when they had the Olympics there, and came very close to winning 2 gold medals actually. With
With
Laura
Laura
Robson.
Robson.
Yeah, they were not far off winning that gold medal, really.
So who was
It
it? Azarenka Mirnay or?
Yeah, Azarenka Mirnyin from
Okay.
Belarus.
Yeah. I would have been rooting for Azarenka Mirnay. Sorry.
Well,
The Beast was definitely a player that I enjoyed.
I have no objection. Like, look, it was a home thing, and I liked. I think it would have been silly as a Brit for me not to support it, but yeah, Mirny definitely nice to have found a gold medal to his collection. However, having said that, I think I was mainly rooting for Team GB for Laura Robson at the time. He was a player that excited me at that point. I'm getting a lot of slow-mos of this United Cup match. And it is 1 game all, by the way. Both players have held serve fairly comfortably so far, Hurkacz and Zverev.
Oh, he landed that? Oh, okay. So you're like 2 points ahead now. I have to change the stream.
Okay. I mean, I'm still slightly behind the scoreboard, but yeah, Hurkacz has just put a forehand out. So it's love 15 on my screen.
I was in the previous game, so it seems like my fast stream will be more in line with what you have then.
I mean, I'm fairly obviously, for obvious reasons, I'm fairly in touch with some Polish tennis fans, and they seem very excited that United Cup is very much available. The availability to watch United Cup in Poland is actually pretty good.
I mean, what? There's a TV channel or something?
Yeah.
But then we don't get YouTube. I mean, last year we had YouTube, right? And now it's GeoBlocked. So actually it's worse, I think. Less people can watch it than last year. Which channel is doing the United Cup? I don't even know, honestly. Yeah, I don't own a TV, so I don't care.
That's fair enough. Oh, Zverev has challenged a Hurkacz serve that's just clipped the line. So very, very, so sort of grinning to himself, like, okay, how did he get that? But huge serve from Hurkacz again, down the tee, 30-15. Sorry for I like the way I've had to balance everything. The only place I could put my laptop with the stream on, because I can't put it on my television, is sort of 90 degrees opposite. So you have to look at the side of my face for a bit.
Yeah.
Big serve +1 forehand, 40-15.
That's absolutely fine. Okay, and this stream is actually faster than yours, so I guess I'll try to find something that's more
you do
in the
it.
middle.
It's better to try and keep up with the scoreboard. I can't get mine any further ahead.
No, but it's like significantly faster. We'll see. If there's no other option, then I will stick with that. But we'll see. Maybe I'll find something.
It's about 5 minutes until the Hong Kong final between Rublev and Ruusuvuori gets underway. I think everyone I've spoken to about that, and I'm in agreement, is that that's expected to be Rublev being heavy favourite for that one. We're not commentating on it, but is that something that you would agree with, or do you think Ruusuvuori is actually likely to pull off an upset?
I mean, it's not really a match that falls under any category of like analysis. It's obvious who the favorite is, but again, we run into that whole dilemma of Rublev being really good when it comes to his B game, but if Ruusuvuori comes out, and is just on fire, then at the same time, Rublev might not have an idea how to respond to it. So, yeah, I mean that's really all I can say about it. If Emil plays like the best match of, well, not the best match of his life, but at his absolute peak level, he's a very good shot of winning this one. Anything below that, thank you, Rublev just cleans up another opponent without looking, properly like magnificent at any point this week.
Makes sense, yeah, and he's done all right because he did get pushed by Liam Brody. I think I heard that. Yeah, Liam managed to only lose by 1 break.
And he did get pushed by everyone. But
Okay.
Liam was serving for the second set and played like a horrific game. But otherwise, Rublev has been pushed by everyone. Well, in every match so far, yeah. He's just been bang on average, but the bang on average Rublev is still an extremely strong player, and that's that's the reason for his success in the rankings. So
that's why he's top 10 and he's had a pretty decent career.
Pretty decent, yeah, absolutely, pretty decent.
Pretty decent career. Yeah. Well, it depends on. Okay, if you're talking about as a job, if being a tennis player is his job, he's not one. He's not the best in the world, and he probably never will be the best in the world.
Yeah, but how many people in the world are the best at their jobs?
Exactly. So, but he's good enough to be top 10 and make a have a good day at the office. Vast majority of days he plays, which is more than most tennis players can say.
It's way more than pretty decent, but of course that's a question of definitions. And I often laugh when people have these discussions on Twitter. So like someone says that, oh, what a great player, and someone else comes in and like, great? No, he only has that on his resume, and then they start talking about who's great and who's good and who's very great and who's very good.
Yeah, no, I mean,
it just makes no sense because everyone has a different definition of every single one of these words.
I had a spat with someone because they called someone who's only like top 80 mediocre.
Yeah. That's the worst of it. I remember seeing actually a few sometimes players chime into this a little bit as well. I remember there was this guy on Polish tennis Twitter who called like a top 40, 50-ish junior mediocre or average. And then someone, a Polish player, suddenly is in the discussion, and he's like, "What? That's average?" And his junior career high was about that, so I think he was just personally he took it personally. But yeah, I think of course me as a sort of enjoyer of the lower tiers of professional tennis, if there's I might call someone great if they're 250, if they're 350, and whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's not like great has one definition and some people act like it does, and like you cannot call, I don't know, I think that particular sort of discussion that I have in mind was about David Goffin, for example, where someone was trying to argue that you cannot call him great. Like he was very good for sure, but you cannot call him great. It's just a matter of what definition of the word you have, and not even you have, but you choose to use on this particular occasion, because they are very flexible. So, but of course it's like neither here nor there, but yeah. I guess
I'm more on your page. Is that, look, let's face it, anyone in the top 250 would cream pretty much any other tennis player in the world. So, including Jack Edward.
I think I added Jack, and at the same time, someone else also added Jack. Then he got removed. It happens a lot, actually.
Yeah, I did that there, Damien. I added myself.
Oh, you did that. You did that yourself. Okay.
How are we both doing?
Doing pretty good, thanks. I mean, I've been up for about 4.5 hours.
We're in the same time zone as well, Nick. What's going on? You've been up since like 4:30.
Been up since 4. I wanted to watch the WTA finals.
Fair enough. Jeez,
so actually, I've actually commentated on all of them actually. So I've done Goff, Svitolina, Azarenka, Rybakina, and just caught the second set of Iga and Kerber with Damien, and now I'm just keeping him company along with yourself for a bit.
Well, I might be the same as a few people that are watching. I've not seen any of those results. Do you want to tell me a few of them?
So Goff, Svitolina. First set, Svitolina won on a tiebreak. It was a break fest. They both lost their serve twice. Goff served for all 3 sets at 5-3 or 5-2, but got broken in all but the last one. Goff then won the last. Goff won the match 6-7, 6-3, 6-3. At the end of the day, just a little bit more solid than Svitolina, who may have been having some physical issues. I think her tough battle through the draw kind of caught up with her a little bit. But it was kind of a battle of very much excellent defensive play, at least for the first set. As Rybakina beat Sabalenka 6-love, 6-2. No, 6-love, 6-3. Rybakina came out firing. Sabalenka didn't know how to deal with it and started making a lot of errors. And so it was a combination of Rybakina absolutely beating her down whilst also Sabalenka kind of letting her. Iga Swiatek, first 7 games, super competitive with Kerber, and then won 8 games in a row.
Yeah.
So,
that's how it goes.
That was a kind of an almost typical Iga match from that point, and kind of expects her to have a massive matchup advantage against Kerber. And now watching, I've got Runa Dimitrov on one screen and Hurkacz Zverev on another, and looks like that. Well, this is the most competitive service game we've had at 2-all, 40-30, with Hurkacz serving. Because I was about to say, with the way the service game's been going, this is going to be tiebreak sets all the way.
Yeah, and I guess we've just seen the game point as well. So what was a tight service game is now a converted service game, and we're 3-2. I imagine it's not going to differ too much from that, is it? There's not going to be many break points. One little thing I'd just like to add. I see that Zverev's second serve strategy recently is just avoid hitting them. He has an amazing first serve in percentage. He honestly has got better at delivering first serves over the past few years, I think. And you can see there immediately. It's like 9 out of 11 serves hit have been first serves. It's pretty decent.
Yeah,
he's been doing it a lot. Yeah, 70-80% first serves in on a regular basis, and somehow it's not really it's not really combined into big titles.
Yeah, translated to big results. I saw he lost to de Minaur. Was that yesterday?
Yeah. Real battle yesterday. I watched that match. That was Zverev won the first set, really, really tight first set, and then could have broken early in the second, didn't. De Minaur got fired up, got the crowd on his side, and did what de Minaur does in Sydney, which is get big wins.
I'm pretty sure he didn't have to do that to get the crowd on his side. Yeah, they were probably with him from the get-go.
He got them fired up. Is more what I'm going for.
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking.
Feeding off, but yes, you are right. You are right. I mean, let's face it. De Minaur in Sydney is an absolute beast. He's now beaten Djokovic and Nadal and Medvedev in Sydney.
Yeah, it's mental. That's actually wild.
Yeah.
Nadal last year wasn't honestly too much of an achievement. Djokovic wrist injury. So actually the most impressive of these wins was Daniil Medvedev 5 years ago or whenever it was. Oh, John and Mario. Come on. Apparently they never mentioned that we were doing.
That's because they're selfish.
You know what?
Themselves.
Yeah. We were inviting you guys over to the other stream and they are not.
Oh, that's fair. Come on, John and Mario. And they're doing Runa Dimitrov, I take it, right?
Yes, they are, which is Dimitrov won the first set of the tiebreak 7-5. I've got him on the other screen and he's been kind of pushing things at the minute. They're coming at 1-all, 8th deuce in this game on Runa's serve. It does feel like Dimitrov is the one who's pushing things in his favor.
Love it. I said that 2024, the year of Grigor. It's got to be, right?
I mean, I think I can't remember who it was. It might have been Mario who tweeted the stat that I think the only person who's won more matches than Dimitrov since the US Open is Sinner.
Yeah, it's not surprising. He has an amazing end of year, right? Obviously Paris is probably the bulk of that, but still very impressive.
Kept up the consistency from the first half in terms of winning all the opening rounds, pretty much.
Yeah.
He only lost 2 the whole year, and then actually still had some big highlights at the end of the season as well, and is trying to end that 6-year title drought.
What do we make of the chances of the 2 players in front of us for 2024?
Would be good for them to make the ATP finals. Like that's really more or less
Yeah, what, like
the
7, 8.
goal for both. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Zverev may be slightly higher. Hurkacz has a lot to gain in the first half of the year, but then in the second you get Shanghai, and actually making the ATP finals will be tough. Although I do think that he's going to be in the top 8 at some point this season. I think he will improve on the career high ranking. Zverev, such a weird situation, really, that he had this US Open Cincinnati swing where he looks again like an absolute peak Zverev and top 4 player, and then the other half of the other parts of the year, even after that, I'm not too convinced. Like for both, if they make the ATP finals, that's a good campaign. Especially for Hurkacz, it's so important to go deep at a slam, and I guess for Zverev as well.
Hurkacz in particular, though, because he's kind of had that slam bogey, right? I mean, is the Wimbledon round of 16 off the top of my head the deepest he's been at a slam?
Wimbledon semi-final. Wimbledon semi-final.
Oh yeah, of course, he lost to Berrettini. I forgot about that. But then let's just exclude Wimbledon because he could be playing like square words.
He has won 4th round at the Australian Open, and otherwise at the hardcourt slams, he hasn't been past the second round. He only has won 4th round, which was last year. So it is progress, I suppose.
Yeah.
But for a player who has 2 ATP 1000 titles on hardcourts, there's definitely like a bit of a discrepancy there between these results and that.
Is Hubert Hurkacz the ATP's Maria Sakkari?
No, he's much better than Maria Sakkari. I'm sorry, but I get what
I tend to agree with Damien in a way, but in fairness, actually, Maria obviously does come out with.
It's only last year, really, right? And also it was just Guadalajara where she was like fully amazing, but the Grand Slams ruined her season in 2023. Yes,
as they do most of her seasons. I think
Yes.
2022 was similar.
Yeah, I actually agree with Nick in a way. Then it's like one WTA 1000 / Masters title. Terrible at the slams.
But it's not like she's constantly threatening for. Well, Hurkacz is also isn't constantly threatening for the thousands.
Yeah, he had a very he took advantage of the fact that none of the top guys were really in Shanghai, and then had some weird losses.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, for both of them, and that's actually another sort of correlation between them. I think both of them have finished the last 3 years inside the top 10.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? All right.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay.
Slightly higher for Sakkari, since he's had like a 6 or 7 finish or something like that. Hurkacz is like always 9 or 10, but
I thought that Hubie's only just there, isn't he? But he has. I mean, I think he's quarterfinal worthy at Australia this year. I would say. To be fair, I'm trying to think of where he would be seeded. If he's not in the top 8, he does have to take somebody out. But
Hurkacz.
Yeah,
I think he's just outside top 8.
But I just think by law of averages, he should just be able to serve his way there.
Depends on the live rankings, actually. I'll look it up.
No, he is still 9th. There is a big gap between the top 8 and anyone else right now. It won't be soon, though. After the Australian Open, Stefanos Tsitsipas is out of the top 10. Maybe, if he loses in the opening round.
I mean, his back might mean he's very limited in how far he can get.
His form as well might be very limiting.
I mean, it depends on how much you think any injuries are affecting that.
I wanted to say give me Stricker again in the second or first round, but Stricker is not going to be there. So I guess it has to be a different player. But, give me someone like Watanuki in his opener and he's losing.
You think Watanuki will win?
Yeah, someone like that.
Just somebody with a decent enough baseline game.
Someone who's going to just target the backhand and kill him, give him no rhythm.
That's why I kind of thought somebody who's got a decent enough serve is probably more likely to be a threat. But
Watanuki is also in that category.
He's got a decent serve, Watanuki.
He's got the best serve for, like, if we're talking serve for height, like the rate.
Interesting.
He's probably the best on tour.
Really?
Yeah.
Big words.
I don't know who else you could name really. Cazot, Bellucci maybe, but Wawrinka.
Wawrinka is good, yeah. Although, I mean, he is like, what, 6'1"?
Yeah,
But it's a good serve.
or like 6. Actually, maybe 6-0. I don't know. Something like that. But yeah, these guys. But Tanuki definitely somewhere around the top in that.
To be honest, the level of play required to potentially knock Stefanos Tsitsipas out of a Grand Slam at the moment is criminally low, and I do think that Steph needs to sort his stuff out if he's going forward into this year with any expectations.
Okay. Is he actually injury affected?
This year, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, last year, no.
Okay. So, I mean, that's going to affect. Yeah. But you are right then. Yeah. It's a bit of both. Like, he probably can't in the Australian Open. But yeah, if he gets it fixed, then yeah, he has to pick something up for clay, especially since that's where he's going to have probably his best chances of going for a deep run.
That's what it would seem like. But of course, he was in the Australian Open final last year.
We need to remember his clay season from last year. My God, I think I can't remember one result that was at all inspiring from Steph on clay last year.
But at the same time, they were all pretty consistent, right? He was getting like semis, quarters.
Monte Carlo quarters, Barcelona semis, maybe, where he got beat down by Carlos.
When did he lose to Struff in Madrid? Was it quarters or semis? It was quarters because Struff played Zverev in the semis.
Yeah.
And then
semis to Medvedev. But all these losses on paper,
he shouldn't have lost those matches.
Medvedev won clay.
I mean,
yeah, Alcaraz twice, but
Alcaraz is forgivable.
Struff at altitude. Yeah, Alcaraz is just forgivable. Yeah, he's never gonna beat Alcaraz. I don't know if he's never gonna beat Alcaraz, but of course he's getting destroyed by him every time they play.
I genuinely do think that the Medvedev on clay one. I remember watching it thinking, why do I just have a feeling that Medvedev's the favourite today, and it was probably just all the form going into it. I just felt like he was losing to any player better than him, basically, and that's kind of the feeling I have now. I still think he's the favourite against players ranked outside the top 10, but anybody in the top 10, I mean, the wins there have been few and far between, like so few and far between.
Yeah, so he's going to have to do a Medvedev-esque climb back into the top 10 because Medvedev dropped out after dropping his AO final points. Did he drop out the top 10 or did he just go very low top 10?
Medvedev did, but Tsitsipas doesn't necessarily have to.
The thing is, he's still got quite consistent results. Like I imagine he'll float about 12, 13, 14 for a wee while if he does drop a lot of points from Australia.
If you take away his Australian Open final points, he would be at 13 at the moment.
Yeah.
But if he defends at least some of them, then he can easily be top 10 because this is all really close there between like 10 and 13. So also Matthew was talking about I don't trust Hurkacz, can see him getting into a 5-set battle in the third round. And in fact, that's what happened at the Australian Open last year. He played Sonego in the second round, 5 sets. He played Shapovalov in the third round, 5 sets. He played Korda in the fourth round, 5 sets. At the French, 3 5-setters in a row as well. So, it's just a case of whether he wins these 5-setters. And at the Australian Open, he finally was able to.
I'm expecting another Adrian Mannarino loss in the first round. You heard it here first.
It's possible.
Is Mannarino going to be seeded? Or do you mean Mannarino's going to lose?
He could be close to being seeded.
I'm close. He's definitely seeded. He's like top 20.
Is he well in the top 20?
Yeah.
In the top 20? Is he? No, I meant like 22, 23.
I'm getting it.
Yeah,
up.
but he's getting his career high.
He's in the top 20, is he? I suppose he's got a few titles under his belt, but
he's going to be
Christ.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah. Currently, his live ranking is 20.
Yeah, he's going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, he's not going to move up. Yeah, he's going to break top 20 for the first time in his career. Not bad for a 35-year-old.
He's pretty good. I know he had a career best season last year. I just find it funny that he's still like getting in the head of pretty much any player he plays. I love it. A lot of people hate it.
He's moving to French number 1 as well. United Cup. He's getting French number 1 back off Hugo Humbert as well.
Deserved. Although Humbert's also had his moments last year too. Is this a semi chance? Is that what you were saying there, Damien? Love 15?
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. Yeah, the percentages, right?
He's not had many looks at second serve either, Zverev. So this is a second serve at love 15. Does he fluff the return? No, he wouldn't on the backhand. I'd almost
Ooh.
ask him to play a second serve forehand return there.
I've just seen the love 15 point now. That was really good play from Zverev to keep Hurkacz kind of pushed back. And the attempt at a passing shot was just too long.
Yeah, I'm a touch behind here, actually. Still watching this rally. It's pretty long.
Okay.
I'm watching this rally as well. I still think Jack is a little ahead of the stream that I'm using right now, though.
Interesting.
But
Okay, so I've got Hurkacz
Yeah,
serving
just at the end of it there.
I've just got Hurkacz serving at love 15, backhand Zverev, the backhand of Hurkacz. Zverev slices. Hurkacz inside out forehand to the Zverev backhand. He's very much going cross court to Zverev backhand, and that's what he's sticking to at the minute. Zverev then tries to go for the inside out forehand to the Hurkacz backhand. That seems what they're targeting in it. Zverev slices. Hurkacz goes cross court again, still backhand to backhand. Now Hurkacz is going to change direction on the forehand to the Zverev forehand cross court. Hurkacz goes cross court to the Zverev forehand, which is looped up. Inside out backhand to the Zverev forehand cross court. Looped up from Hurkacz, backhand Zverev, right at Hurkacz, who then has to try and pass it coming into the net. Zverev is really short. Hurkacz runs in and puts away the forehand from the net. 15 all.
Oh, so you're actually behind. Okay.
Point of the match for me there. A lot of variety from Hubie.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't get a whole lot of power off the forehand wing, but actually he's pretty good at looping it sometimes, dipping it down. A lot of different shapes and sizes there.
Yeah, I told you I was behind. Several points behind by the look of it. But I'm suspecting it's probably 2 aces from Hurkacz we're going to get.
More or less.
Yeah.
Shorter points, at least.
Close enough.
At least the good news for Hurkacz is that if they keep playing like this, if some of the rallies are 25 shots and above, then Zverev is probably going to die by the third set. So, and it's surely a third set because it's a Hubert Hurkacz match. Although it has to be said that in the knockout stages so far, he hasn't played a single tiebreak.
Is that down to Iga's influence? It's a joke, by the way.
He's part of the bakery now. I'm sure you saw that video.
He hasn't been winning sets in bagels or breadsticks. So maybe it's getting there. Maybe he's gonna.
I think she more called him out on like not every set has to go to a tie break.
Yeah, some of the banter was really funny actually. I was enjoying Iga's reference to Twitter. Almost felt a little bit meta. It was pretty good.
Oh yeah, she's fully aware.
I know she is, isn't she? She knows the bakery.
Well, she knows, but she's not happy about it, right? Like when they were asking her about that, she was like, "I don't want to win sets 6 love because it's like embarrassing for the opponent."
That's such
So,
an
like,
Iga thing to say. That's such an Iga thing to say, honestly. It's like she's literally like on the cusp of a bagel. She's not thinking in her head, "Oh, I don't want to bagel my opponent right now." She is like cutthroat. So although she's like super shy, it's like on a tennis court, she is merciless. So that's just silly polite Iga things to say. I don't buy it.
But she was actually saying, that she doesn't want to. I don't know. Maybe it was just political or something. But basically, she's of course aware of the memes, but she actually wasn't like promoting them.
I think there's a certain politics in the WTA, like on both tours, where you need to be nice to your opponents because you kind of have to work with them, but also you kind of want the same respect extended to you. Unless you're someone like Camilla Giorgi or Yelena Ostapenko. But the thing is that I do think it was always to you could also read that comment of I don't want to win 6 love because it's not great for the opponent. It's kind of a little bit of you could read it as a little bit of a dig of, well, no one's good enough.
Yeah, it's true if you wanted to. I think anything that Iga says can sometimes be taken out of context. So poor Swiatek, honestly, I just feel like she gets a rap. She gets a lot of shtick for basically nothing. Like I'm sure you saw the other day when she was serving and she hit Keen Wang during the warm up. Did you see that?
I didn't see that. No.
She hit her during the warm up. Yeah.
Oh, that's just one of those things that can happen on a tennis court.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, how is she getting flagged for that? It's unreal.
It was for like her reaction because apparently she didn't really like say sorry or whatever.
She did. She totally did.
I don't know. I really have more important things to care.
It's more about, yes, no, I didn't think it's a
care
conversation.
about, yeah.
I just made an innocent joke or reference to something Iga Swiatek said. But she's right though. Hurkacz could like be a little bit more ruthless and not go to so many tight matches. Matthew's saying it's good to see Berrettini in Australia. I don't know why he wasn't expecting that though.
Just because of the injury, I guess. I to be fair, I didn't know if he was still out injured either. I hadn't been paying attention to Matteo.
He hasn't played yet this year, so no.
When was the last time Matteo did something worth paying attention to?
US Open, Wimbledon.
US Open last year or no?
I'm talking of 2023. Yeah.
Can't remember what he did at the US Open this year.
He absolutely smashed Ugo Humbert off the court in the opening round and then had to retire in the second because it's Matteo Berrettini these days. And of course, the Wimbledon was like a lot
He didn't
more
play.
exciting. What, he didn't play?
Wait, wrong year. Did he play? Yeah, he did because he took a set off Alcaraz in the fourth round. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember now. Yeah,
he was actually
great.
like one of the main stories of Wimbledon. The fact that no one expected him to do anything because he had that loss to Sonego in Stuttgart where he is crying, going off the court. He draws Sonego again in the opening round. He beats the minor. He beats one player that we're currently watching, Alexander Zverev. He's like the unknown sort of, well, not unknown, but like the unexpected factor in Alcaraz's draw, where suddenly it becomes a lot trickier. And of course, he loses to him in the fourth round, but it was a decent match. So Wimbledon would probably be the most correct answer.
Which automatically kind of puts Berrettini in the Wimbledon context of beats everyone except the people who can actually win it, which is Djokovic.
I mean, if we cannot rejudge him based on his 2023 results, like that's more or less what I'm trying to say. Right? I know he was pretty good at Wimbledon actually, but still, I don't really want to read too much into that run because it's not like he had a good warm up. It's not like he had a good season.
Yeah, I'm talking Wimbledon only. I'm not talking about 2024.
Yeah, but like it impacts what I think of his Wimbledon as well. Is what I'm trying to say. Like the whole season impacts what I think of his form and his performance and his expectations at Wimbledon.
I do really like Berrettini's upside actually. I genuinely do. I know you were saying that there, Nick, but I would say I actually think he's got a pretty good chance of beating some of the best players in the world at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I think so too. But he has to actually, has to do it.
He has to do it. That's a good point. But I believe in him more so than other players. I actually think he's pretty clutch as well. It's quite a big factor.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I will go with that. Like, yeah, he's got something. He does have something that will help believe. Is Berrettini even top 100 at the minute?
Yeah.
Where is he? I'm trying to find him.
He's actually pretty well, or maybe he's not. No, maybe. What am I talking about? No, he's actually not because he's dropping a lot of points this week. So he's not going to be in tomorrow, but he was. Until tomorrow, he is.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, he's dropping to 125.
Oof.
Yeah. Fortunately, entry list came out 6 weeks ago, so he's fine. But yeah, it's all those United Cup points that were kind of boosting him up.
Right, I see.
But yeah, the fact that he hasn't played since the Australian Open, I mean, before the fact that he's not playing before Australia, it definitely kind of puts the thought into your brain that maybe he's just not too healthy yet.
Yeah.
And just not picking up the check, but like, yeah, he couldn't really play warm up. He's hoping to be back in time. We'll see. I mean, until we see him on the court, of course, there's no way of knowing. Oof, that was a rough.
That backhand. This is a semi chance now. I don't really know what happened to be there.
I was going to say
that's a proper chance. I think now, yeah, even at love 30, that's probably a proper chance.
Yeah, Zverev is making moves, trying to take this tie to the mixed doubles.
I guess if you're playing Hurkacz, sometimes love 30 is not a proper chance. Adrian Manarino had that.
That serve is an absolute
yeah.
joke. That serve is literally unplayable. Like, there's just no way. He's literally like he's further than halfway up the sideline there. The angle is just unreal, and you can only really reach it if you're like 7 foot tall.
Yeah, that was very often the case when he played Manarino, that it was like 15-30 or something, and then it's just 3 big serves, and there's nothing that you can do really. Put a lot of pressure on Manarino to like be super clean in the rallies, and he was not. Whenever you get the ball back on return against Hurkacz, you sort of already have to start thinking, okay, I have to win this point. Like I just cannot give it to him for free. And it is definitely putting a lot of pressure on the opponent. I think that's what Manarino succumbed to first and foremost, which was a bit weird because usually he's very fine, like just staying patiently in the rallies with Hurkacz, but not on the day.
This is a pretty interesting rally. Again, Zverev kind of just hanging in there, and eventually, you guessed it, a Hurkacz forehand error. So we're now 30-40. Unforced, I should add.
Ooh, he's been making a few unforced errors this game, has Hurkacz.
Yeah.
And Dimitrov is up a set in the break, so that title drought might be coming to an end.
Yeah, 7-6, 4-3, 30-15. Rune not looking happy on my screen. Also, it's going with serve in Hong Kong between Rublev and Risivori. Rublev coming out to serve at the change of ends 2-3.
The year of Grigor.
Well, he's just put a backhand into the net, so maybe not.
Just one backhand, come on.
Yeah, that one backhand is actually what's going to change it all.
Don't speak. Speak to you, what I'm saying.
I was going to say, Hubert going for another first serve here. I think he clipped the net on the way past. So back to first serve, 30-40.
Yeah, tell us what's going on. This is the match we're actually focusing on.
Here we go. First serve, out wide. Can Zverev get it back and play? He does, but only just. And then no mistake on the forehand for a winner. Who was it that said when they played Hurkacz they were just guessing what way? Was it Medvedev? It was just guessing what way he was going to serve every.
That sounds like a Medvedev thing to say.
Pretty sure he said after a while he went with the opposite of what he guessed because Hurkacz just seemed to like be in his head the whole time.
That has to be Medvedev who said that. Clearly, Hurkacz is not giving like tongue clues like Becker did for Agassi.
No.
Well, that also wasn't a ton of clues. he was the only player to find it, I guess. So
I think part of the reason it's quite unreadable is again because of his height. Like when he went out wide earlier, he doesn't have to put a whole lot of slice on it. He can still hit it pretty flat because of how tall he is. So it just ends up he can kind of put the ball in the same place and he can go down the tee or he can go out wide with it, which I think is part of the reason people really hate playing him.
Yeah. Always makes things. Yeah, I think Hurkacz always makes things awkward for anyone who plays him, even when he we talk about Hubie's like tight losses, but really, I can't think of many times Hubert Hurkacz has been decimated.
Well, you're not going to be decimated with a serve like this, but off the ground, he can give you quite a lot of good rhythm. He's not like a proper serve bot who just gives you nothing, literally. You can
Karlovic is just like serve, slap, serve, slap.
You can't really, like, against some other players, you wouldn't really get any rhythm, but here, you can actually stay in baseline rallies with him. Like, you're going to get something out of it. I don't know if that actually makes him less or more dangerous. Like, he has very good defense, like movement, but it's not good enough to really turn the points around. So for the most part, he still loses them. But at least he does keep the ball in play very well most of the time.
He's like a sort of a discount Medvedev, maybe. Big serve, but great defense to keep him in it. But the Medvedev defense is much more wall-like.
Yeah, I think Hubie's serve over Medvedev's serve, and Medvedev's baseline game significantly over Hubie's baseline game.
which is why Medvedev is probably the one who's had why Medvedev has had much more success out of the two.
Yeah, like you just very rarely see Hurkacz come back into the point. He's mostly going to like keep it in play, going to make you play a few more shots, but you actually rarely see him, turn it around, and at least against the top guys.
Speaking of Medvedev, I was on a stream with James yesterday doing Thompson versus Dimitrov semi-final in Brisbane, and we kind of like put players for the head of the Australian Open in like different tiers. So like we put, well, rather he did, and he basically put Djokovic, Alcaraz, and Sinner in tier 1, and he put Medvedev in tier 2 with Rune.
Yeah, I put Medvedev second actually, so I'm gonna disagree with that.
I thought you might. I disagree.
I just love Medvedev. I just love Medvedev in a hardcore. I am aware that he really struggles in Australian conditions more than the US, but I trust him.
Even if it was the US, I would have put him number 4 right now.
Yeah, fair.
But yeah, number 4 is where I'm placing him. So Medvedev Rune tier 2 is okay for me. I don't think it's too controversial. I think Medvedev is higher, but well, I can understand that opinion.
In the same tier.
Only tier 1 are Djokovic, Sinner, Alcaraz.
I think we need to see Sinner perform at the Slams before I can put any faith in him. I agree that his changes have been substantial. They're not coincidental. But again, I just think if there's any mental component that goes into it and he's just a little bit off the ball, a little bit slower than usual, then who knows? I need to see it to believe it.
Yeah, I can see why. Like it's that next step, right? And he's been close a couple of times, but yeah, we'll see what changes this game has given him for best of 5.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean, and that's that's what everybody's waiting for. I don't think yes, the end of the year does prove that Sinner's made plenty of changes because he wasn't beating Medvedev coincidentally. There's different strings to his bow there, and beating Novak a couple of times certainly not a coincidence either. But yeah, it needs to happen when he's under pressure.
Yeah, we might be about to get a result in Brisbane. Dimitrov's match point.
Go on, Grigor.
Which Rune saves.
Oh.
He pushed Dimitrov out wide with an inside-out forehand. Dimitrov managed to get back in court, but Rune slides mid-court to pick it off at the net.
Sounds like a good move.
It was actually a really, really good shot. That'll go on the highlight reel.
Tiebreak in Sydney.
Yeah. Not what a surprise. I think Zverev should have the edge in the tiebreak, but tiebreaks are weird in that you can have them you can have a great set but have a terrible tiebreak.
What's the Zverev edge in the tiebreak?
I think he's been more successful in getting points on Hurkacz's serve than vice versa.
Yeah, I suppose that last service, Hubie's last service game would certainly suggest that. Yeah. I'm going to say Hubie's just won the first point, but I promise I would have said this before he won the first point. I'm going to go with Hubie. I just think his serve's more reliable under pressure. That's my kind of reasoning.
We'll see how that one goes.
Keep in mind, let's just add this up. 83% first serves in for Zverev, right? So he should be missing 1 out of his 5 first serves in the tiebreak. Let's pay attention to what the first serve percentage is.
What's the Hubie's first serve percentage?
77%.
Yeah, okay. So slightly more.
1 for 1 so far for Zverev. That was a nice approach to the net, actually.
Rune saved another match point with a forehand up the line from mid-court.
Another match point? Did you say? Are these all in Dimitrov's serve?
Rune's serve.
Rune's serve, right.
Rublev has just broken Rusevori for a 4-3 lead in Hong Kong.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you're. I think most people I've spoken to about that match favors Rublev heavily in that.
Yeah, maybe. I expect him to win. He's good at grinding out those sort of wins in 250s and 500s.
I don't see what really favors him heavily. They are like similar players. They're really the
Yeah.
Rublev Rusevori Sinner type of game. Of course, Sinner has transcended to something different. He has evolved like a Pokemon. But but yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, like I think an absolute peak performance from Rusevori would be way more than enough to trouble Rublev. It's just a fact of Andre having that huge base game, and of course Emil also playing his second ATP final, I guess, and the first one he was awful in. He lost to Elias. Not Elias Zimmer, not Elias Zimmer. João Souza in Pune. So, unless I'm forgetting about another final.
Great shot.
Oh, okay. Who was that from? Like Hurkacz?
Hubert, yeah. I think it's pretty much common knowledge that Rusevori is the pre-evolution to Jannik Sinner. Like he's the first gen of Jannik Sinner's evolution chain.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there were always 3, right? So we have to find another player as well. That's sort of in the middle.
Not all of them are free, but it would make sense.
Not all of them, maybe, yeah. But most of them, at least the starter ones. And
I've managed to fix my stream now. I've got Hurkacz serving a second serve at 2-all. Comes in behind it, volleys.
Yeah. Oh,
passing shot way over the baseline.
Okay.
I got delayed on it.
Honestly, it kind of annoys me how rarely ATP players use the lob. Like I know they're all tall, but they literally all just get like within about a foot of the net and then don't bother using the space behind the opponent.
Be more Murray.
Yeah, be more Murray, exactly.
It bothers me how much amateur players use the lob.
Yeah,
because it's a nightmare. You could go to the net and you get lobbed every single bloody time, and you just have to keep running to chase them down.
Yeah, the thing is about amateur lobs, because they're not topspin, they just like set up, so the rallies just go on forever.
Yeah. This is why I don't like coming into net.
Got to have a good smash. That's a lovely shot by Hubie. Well played.
Yeah, great passing shot. He's up in the tiebreak.
I mean, it wasn't that great, actually. Zverev's approach was pretty poor.
Dimitrov is serving for the match for the title in Brisbane.
Yeah, I was waiting for that awesome shot and I couldn't find it, but
it was a decent passing shot. I don't know if Zverev should have got a racket on it. He could have.
No, it was actually pretty good. It's the kind of shot that under pressure, Hubie's forehand could be a little bit more dodgy. So he did pretty well.
That's like twice, by the way, that Zverev lost a net point already in this tiebreak, which is a little, unlike most of the points that they played in this set, I suppose. I don't think we've really seen these sort of tactics, like approaches where he's not going in for the kill, but actually wants to win the point at the net, like produce the whole, winning combination there.
I agree. I think maybe my stat isn't going to come true. He's made 3 for 3 first serve so far, but his winning percentage is way lower than the rest of his match winning percentage. So it just goes to show you maybe he's making some dodgy decisions. Maybe his first serve placement is a lot safer than it has been throughout the match.
Which would make sense. It's a tight moment. And he kind of needs this tiebreak because otherwise it's going to be a massive uphill struggle for him, given he's exhausted from last night.
That is a case in point there, by the way, Nick. I don't know if you got to see that first serve. Maybe you're just about to look at it.
No, I've seen it, because Zverev's trying to think about smashing his racket there.
Because Zverev going 185 kilometers an hour into the body is nothing like the serve percentage, placement, speed that he's been doing for the rest of the match. That's a very, very tight first serve, I would say.
Yeah, bit of nerves maybe coming into it.
Bit of nerves.
Let's see if Hubie has nerves. Nope. Big first serve. Oh, was that? No, he missed it, didn't he? No, he got it. Yeah. Unreturnable. 6-2. full set point.
I just think it's a more reliable serve. Okay, Zverev might be making his, but Hubie's
Oh,
still like
by the
8
way,
behind.
Nadal
Yeah.
has just withdrawn from the Australian Open.
What?
Oh no! What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Says he's not ready to play best of 5 and he's flying back to Spain.
That's a shame.
Jordan Thompson's a good player, Rafa. I'll give him a private message.
Yeah. Grigor Dimitrov is the Brisbane champion. He wins it with a drop volley and is on his knees crying.
Well done.
Everything is happening
Igor.
right now in tennis. Nadal, Dimitrov. Here we have set points.
This is like a roller coaster of emotions. Oh no, Nadal's not playing. Yeah, Dimitrov's title streak his title drought is over.
Oh no, Hurkacz lost a set point. It's like, yeah, it's very up and down, isn't it?
This is like emotional whiplash right here.
Yeah. You are just sitting around chatting and suddenly everything is flying in. But yeah, I honestly just went on Twitter to post a tweet about Dimitrov and then I saw the Nadal news.
That is really...
I think it was like 3 minutes ago that he announced it.
Clearly that hip problem is an issue. Like, and it makes sense, right? If he's played 6 sets in 3 days or whatever it was, 3-4 days, and it's hurting, and they were and 3 or 4 of those sets were competitive, that was, yeah, he was going to run into trouble after a round or 2.
Yeah. Hubie wins the first set on a tiebreak.
So no Djokovic Nadal round 1.
Probably for the best. In Australia.
Yeah, at least in Australia. Yeah, maybe the French.
I don't think
mean,
that would
I-
have
I-
been good news for anybody.
No. Okay.
Well,
right.
for Djokovic it would be. For Djokovic it would be.
Yeah,
I think it would have been the 2019 final, literally.
Yeah, just like anytime he has to play Rafa, he steps his game up so much.
the only interesting Djokovic Nadal round 1 match in a slam could happen at Roland Garros. If
Maybe
Nadal
the US, if Nadal is somehow in much better shape.
maybe.
It's very raging. Rackets getting thrown all about the place.
Temper.
I'll just summarize that stat very quickly before we move on. He won, I believe, 23 of 26 points, whatever it was in first serve, 90% win percentage going into the tiebreak in first serve, and then 2 out of 4 in the tiebreak, 50%.
So yeah, his tiebreak performance
Small
dipped.
sample size, but yeah.
It's fair though.
not-
It's fair.
I mean,
we saw what happened.
This is what I'm talking about when, like, sometimes a tiebreak can have no relation to like what came for in the set. I'm thinking of like Federer, Wimbledon 2019 should have won a couple of sets that lost in the tiebreak, or Casper Ruud in that US Open final against Alcaraz was up in that was probably the better player for most of that third set. Shocking tiebreak.
Yeah,
Doesn't always have bearing on it. Like, okay, the margins were very, very thin for that set. And in the end, anyway, but like Zverev was making more opportunities on Hurkacz's serve, but then got tight in the tiebreak. And yeah, throwing
Yeah, and I
rackets.
think Zverev as well only lost like how many points on serve? 8 in the entire set, and 3 of them were in the tiebreak.
Yeah.
3 of them with just 4 points, 5 points on his own serve in the tiebreak.
in that case, he lost 3 first serve points. Sorry, because he didn't miss a first serve.
Yeah, he had 5 points on serve in the tiebreak, just like Hurkacz, because it was 7-3.
Okay. Well, lads, I think I'm going to have to leave you. Enjoy this rest of the match, and I'll see you soon.
Good to see you, Nick.
Jack, do you know why this is a huge Sunday for Polish tennis, other than United Cup? Well, the other two are maybe less high profile, but I think they're still worth mentioning.
I know a few other Polish tennis players, but I have a feeling it's not going to be somebody that I'm thinking of. Is it who's the young guy that's kind of up and coming, that's really impressive? Is it this guy? Is he about to win an ITF or something?
I don't know. I mean, who are you talking about? There are a few.
Can't remember his name.
Max
go on.
Kashnikovsky is playing for his first challenger title today in 08.
What age is Max?
2003 born, I think.
Yeah, it could be.
But the other thing is Kamil Majchrzak coming back.
Oh, is he? I actually was going to guess Camille, but I didn't think it would be him.
15k Monastir. He's won 7 matches. He's playing for his 8th win right now.
Really?
And
Wow.
yeah, looks like he's gonna claim a title in his first tournament back. But honestly, the draw was pretty easy. There were a couple of collegians along the way who were pretty tough for him. One of them from Great Britain, actually. What's his name? Oliver Tarvet. He plays for University of San Diego. And also Philip Hjorf from Denmark in the first round of the qualifying, actually. These were probably the 2 most challenging opponents. Majchrzak is 4-1 up in the first set in his final currently. And he also got a wild card for the next event in Monastir. Honestly, not the toughest draw, but still, it's a good start, of course, to win 8 matches when you're just coming back.
Yeah.
And the main goal will be to maybe make Australian Open qualies next year.
Yeah. Good to see him back. If I remember rightly, did he get a ban? Is that right?
Yeah.
Was it a doping ban?
13 months for doping. They accepted his explanation with the contaminated supplements. He was also supposed to start a lawsuit against the company that sold them.
Really?
But I'm not sure if that actually came to fruition. Like I don't think there's been any follow-up regarding that. Maybe it's just not been made public.
Yeah.
But he was going to, I know, a few months ago. And his ban ended like a week ago, so he's instantly back, and seems like he will be back in the winner's circle as well.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's quite tough with these things to make them public. You obviously run the risk of, even if you know you're innocent, you don't come out the other side of the lawsuit innocent, then that's you in the public eye. Everybody's going to judge you at that point.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, everyone was pretty certain that he actually was doping because it was looking very bad. He had a couple of substances plus like a masking thing in his blood. I don't know. Like, of course, every time there's a case like this, we just know what the ITF tells us. So I kind of have to go with that. The little that I know, Kamil, like personally, I never really thought that he could do something like that. So it was actually pretty disappointing to hear, the sentence at first and the suspension. Like, he just never was on my radar for things like that, especially as it didn't seem like he needed it all that much. But the timing was also fitting perfectly because he was coming back from an injury, and these substances were actually like sort of supposed to help you. But of course, we have to go with what the ITF or the ITIA rather tells us. They accepted his explanation. He still gets a ban. Of course, he's managed to wait it out, and I guess that there's no real reason to keep. We will be mentioning that a lot of the time, of course, just because he was out for a year and it's part of the narrative.
Yeah.
But there's no reason to keep ostracizing him or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, if he's in the clear now, he's served his time, whatever. At the same time, I don't know enough details. I'm always willing to see the positive side or be optimistic. I think Damien maybe to a fault. So I don't know. He seems like a lovely guy, very kind of similar from what I've seen to Hubert in a lot of ways. Seems really kind, personable, kind of unassuming, quite humble. So.
Yeah, that's why I never thought he might, do something like that. And I guess, now that we have the full case details, I'm definitely willing to accept the explanation as well. But sometimes that can be misleading, of course.
Of course. Before John chimes in here, hi John. Matthew, we're talking about Kamil Majchrzak, the Polish player. John, go ahead.
No, just saying hello. But I guess have you heard the news?
Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Yes.
Yeah.
Of course, you mean that Grigor Dimitrov has won his first title over 6 years.
That's exactly. Yeah.
And Dominik Stricker pulled out of the Australian Open.
And yes, a big, and Liam Brody too.
Liam Brody, yeah, that's the big news, right?
Yeah, Liam Brody's out. Yeah, ankle injury. Yeah.
That's wild. That must be. Is that his first main draw appearance without a wild card?
No,
Liam wasn't in the main draw. Liam had to play qualies.
Oh, he was just outside, wasn't he?
Yeah, close, but
10th alternate or something like that. So actually not.
But it
that-
was getting closer. It was getting closer. I mean, yeah.
I mean, but it has to
It
be
was not gonna
closer
happen
until today, I think. So like literally, no, it wasn't gonna happen.
No, it
Alice
wasn't
didn't
gonna
get in. Alice is in the qualifying even with an entry ranking of 100. And Attila Balázs didn't get in. So a lot of tennis fans who were already like, no, stop. Please don't give me any more matches of Attila Balázs on the big stage. They are happy because he didn't get in. He withdrew from Nontaburi. He was supposed to play Nontaburi this week as well. He withdrew from that. He didn't sign up for the qualies. And apparently he was willing to finish his career at the Australian Open. Like he tweeted or Facebook or wrote on Facebook or something that this was going to be the last time he uses that protected ranking and that the Australian Open is going to be his last appearance. But he doesn't get in there. So I don't know what he's going to do now.
Yeah. Are you were you putting a sort of a positive on the Nadal news, Jack, or
What's the positive?
No,
in that?
no positive.
What's the positive in that?
there's no positive. I just joined and I just heard you talking and I don't even know who you were talking about, but I wasn't sure if it was Rafa or not, but
No, it was Kamil Majchrzak.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's sad. It's definitely there's not really a positive light to put on it. At the same time, I mean, this easily could have happened. You know, he's literally just coming back from injury.
He wasn't going to win the
year.
title, right? So,
No.
so I guess there's not that much harm done. Like at this stage, it's really all about the titles. If he's ever in like title winning form, or actually just playing a season on the tour and showing up in every place and waving to the crowd. So he gets more recovery. He will be stronger for the clay season, I guess.
I mean, that's the goal.
That's the positive. That's the positive. If you can find one. And he's not going to get slapped by Novak Djokovic in the opening round. That's another positive.
Well, hopefully. He has been slapped by him before at the French Open.
At the French,
Yeah.
it's not.
It kind of counts, yeah.
Oh yeah, 2015 was it? 2016.
Yeah,
15.
yeah. Kind of counts. 16, he actually was 100% win rate, Nadal at the French. So.
Yeah, he didn't lose a match. I think he went on
Yeah,
a 3-match win streak.
Yeah.
Did he pull out against David Goffin, if I remember rightly?
Maybe. I think he beat like Sam Grof, or maybe Bagnis, and then he withdrew. But I don't know who it was against. I don't remember.
How was the Grigor match, John?
It was good. But by the way, I want to ask you about this match as well in a second. But no, it was good. And
you sound surprised.
Yeah, because I thought Rune would win. But there was a few sniffs at the serve from both players in the first set. 30-40s here, and then X player, whether it would be Grigor or Holger, would just pull out an ace, and nothing you can do about that, or an unreturnable. And we went into the tiebreak, and I thought, Grigor's had his moment. He's had a few little chances, but that's it. And we're probably going to see a Holger Rune, 7-6, 7-5 win or something like that. But then Dimitrov wins that, and then he had that sort of opportunistic that you don't necessarily see the break coming, and then boom, he breaks, I think, at like 3-4, something like that. And then he's serving for the match, and he had a couple of match points on Holger's serve, and Holger did some really special stuff, which he did actually throughout the match. There was an incredible lob, for example, from Holger at one point. It was very entertaining. And it was great at the end, the reaction of Dimitrov on match point, as you can imagine, was special.
Yeah, 6 years.
Yeah,
it's a big moment. I think maybe there'll be a few Twitterers out there downplaying the depth of the achievement, but I think it's huge. I think one look at his semi-final record over the past 6 years, and you get the idea that Grigor's kind of been there, but the idea of actually putting 4 or 5 matches together was a long, long way away. Like, he was not even getting close to doing it.
He was also not focusing on the 250s all that much.
And I don't
I
Yeah,
guess, he's not playing Sofia every year, right?
I don't think it's about the 250s. I genuinely think the quality of his opponent this week's been good enough for it to be a
No, it
justifiable
has, but
achievement.
I mean, the semifinals, the quarterfinals, a lot of them have come at like the higher level. And if he was playing Sofia every year, for example, I think he would have gotten the title. But he only played once, I think. So
Yeah, fair. Home
but
tournament,
yeah, of course. I mean, he's been there as like a consistent force. He's been getting the even the big semis, just not a title, not a final even for 5.5 years almost.
Mhm.
And I don't know. I mean, I'd have to get a pen and paper out and look at all the Masters 1000 runs that people have had, but I'm sure there's been softer runs to winning big titles than he had in.
Cam Nori.
Right, Cam Nori. Was it Basilashvili in the final? I don't know who else he played on the
Yeah.
way to winning that.
Yeah, he
New
played.
Wells title.
Dimitrov, maybe
He played Dimitrov. Yeah, he did.
in the
He played Dimitrov
semis.
in the semis. He
Dimitrov
did.
in the semis, yeah,
So he did.
I think so.
And that's fine. That's how it is. But this
Yeah, I mean, Basilashvili, Dimitrov, Schwartzman, Paul, Bautista Agut, and Sandgren. But honestly, Dimitrov's
that's
run
not
wasn't
too bad.
actually.
That's not-
Dimitrov's Brisbane run wasn't strong. I mean, I just sort of accepted it when you said it, but no, I mean, he only beat
else did he
Rune.
play?
Thompson semi-final. Yeah.
No, I know you're gonna say Andy Murray is a strong win, but
It is.
let's not kid
Come
ourselves.
on.
Let's not kid ourselves. But
Does that
even
make you feel, Jack? Does that make you feel better? Look, he lost to the ultimate winner.
No, that's been a recurring theme actually for a few years. It's
Jack,
a little
even if I
annoying.
give you that, then he plays Thompson, Hijikata, and Altmaier. No,
Thompson,
that's not a strong run. That's not a strong
Nadal
run.
giant killer. I mean, Nadal giant killer Thompson.
Thompson was in his first ever hardcourt ATP Tour semi. No. I love the improvements he's done to his game, but that's not a run that you could have at the higher category. No, that wasn't a good argument, actually.
No, you're fair. You're
Holger
right.
Rune
Holger Rune, I think Holger Rune in the final's fine. I think that's
That's
pretty good
only
win.
Holger. That's only Holger. And I can give you Murray. But
Yeah.
the other 3 rounds were like, no. It wouldn't happen at anything else.
Rafa
than
won a
250.
250 in Melbourne like about 2 years ago, and who did he play? Cressy in the final, and
Cressy in the final, but the other matches I don't remember.
they would yeah. And he had a withdrawal as well. I think he won 3 matches.
Honestly, I do still think it's a big deal. I'd have to look into it properly, but I imagine Grigor has faced similar opponents in similar sized tournaments and then just lost one of them because he's just not been able to piece together consecutive wins. So,
and I'm also not saying that this, like, if the quality of the opposition round by round was stronger, he wouldn't have won. Like, I'm also not saying that. He's absolutely good enough to win any title in the world right now. So yeah, I'm basically
any title in the world.
Yeah, isn't he?
What,
like he is in that top 10 contenders for Australia. Yeah. If the draw opens up slightly, he only has to play like one of the top 4 contenders.
And he's not beaten one of those though. He's not beaten Novak.
He can beat Sinner. He can beat. He can beat a very depleted Novak.
I don't
he
think
can beat Alcaraz. Like, actually, Alcaraz he can beat absolutely.
He did. Did he not beat him last year?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
It's funny because I don't think he beats Daniel, even though he's the lowest on.
That could be the worst. Although he did beat him in Paris, but
I know
that
he did.
Be the worst, like stylistically for him out of these 4 players. Djokovic is, but yeah. If Djokovic is like very depleted, then maybe.
Yeah, he actually does have a chance. Like the fact he made the semis once before, put him in that position again. You know, he probably
had an even better chance the year after, right? In 2018, when he wasted it with a quarterfinal loss to Kyle Edmund.
Yeah, good point. That
was an amazing draw to the final as well.
Maybe those are the kind of matches he doesn't lose at this stage. You know, I honestly think now this is interesting because what do you think the biggest change is? I honestly think he's looking a little more patient than he used to. I know he used to play slice quite a lot anyway, but he in that match against Medvedev, he just was like, he stuck to his guns over and over. Maybe it's physical improvements or something that's allowing him to do that, that's just making him think hang in the rally until you get a better chance. But he just doesn't look anywhere near as like shot makey as he used to. I don't feel like he goes for anything that's that ridiculous. That's conjecture, though. It's just what I've gathered watching him.
Maturity, I guess.
You think it's maturity?
I mean, probably.
Yeah. Just
what you described definitely sounds like a sign of maturity. That's Melbourne run from. Mm-hmm.
It could just be the pairing with Danny Valverde, is what I was going to say. Kind of what he, certainly. I remember watching the Murray match at the US Open, and just thinking nobody has played Murray at his own game as well as this in ages. He's just willing to sit back and let Andy overheat. Basically, it was great.
Yeah, but that helps that he's so athletic, all right.
Yeah.
Nadal in that Melbourne run that you mentioned, John, he beat Cressy, Ruusuvuori, and Berankis. So yeah, indeed, it was a pretty easy title. And the walkover was over Greek Sport, which I actually remember right now. It was Greek Sport was on a 30-match win streak because he finished that season, 2022 season, with 5 challenger titles in a row, and he didn't actually play Nadal. He withdrew ahead of the match. Yeah, he didn't want Rafa to ruin his streak, so.
Fair.
So instead, he went and ruined his streak the week after against whoever. I can't remember who it was.
The Nadal statement, or at least his tweet, it's got the word exigence. I don't know if you know that word. I don't even know if it exists in English, but it comes from the Spanish word exigir, which I think is demanding. So he has a sentence here. It said, right now, I'm not ready to compete at the maximum level of exigence in 5 sets.
Yeah, that is a word in English. Yeah,
I don't think that is, or if it is, it's not one that is used. So I don't know who's. It's no big deal, but it's actually quite funny or nice that there's sort of just tiny little mistakes that they're just put it out there.
Yeah. My Scottish is my first language. Sorry, don't know.
Yeah. Did you ever see that, Jack? That little montage.
There is exigency.
Yeah.
So there is exigency.
Yeah, but we don't use it, Damien.
And apparently, exigence is also another term for exigency. But yeah, it's of course it's very unnatural.
Yeah, it's like I heard someone once talk about comportment, and I was like, what? Comportment, and it is a word, because I know comportamiento in Spanish is like behavior or conduct, and I was like, we just don't. It's nobody knows that. You say that to some 15-year-old Glaswegian, he's going to tell you to F off.
You say compartment or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
You just mistake it for something similar.
Yeah.
Matthew, by the way, asking John, do you put Dimitrov over?
I saw that. Rankings? I know where it's coming from. It's because I've just sneaked Kachanov into my power ranking.
By the way, Rublev not in your top 10. I know I'm like the prime Rublev, well, not hater, but hater of his chance to win big titles on the channel. But still, Rublev not in the top 10 is quite.
Listen. Hear me out on this. 1, we know. 2 to 4, we know. 5,
whatever order you want, but we know which ones. Yeah.
5, I think we know as well.
Rune?
Who's 5?
Right.
Rune?
Yeah.
But yeah, I understand why you would be there.
I mean, I'm not saying Rune's winning Australian Open, but it's
yeah.
He's just not.
Six and 6. Who's 6?
Well, then it's 6 to 20, and you can choose any 4.
I mean, 6, 7. I would probably go with Hurkacz and Zverev right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and
I don't know which order. But probably.
Yeah, maybe at least.
And then maybe 8 Rublev, maybe 9 Dimitrov, and 10 is
I
whoever.
think to leave Hurkacz or Zverev out is true. You'd have to go. What? I think you've got to get them in there somewhere. And then
I know we're not talking. Maybe we are just talking Australian power rankings now. But I would put Dimitrov and Rublev 5, 6.
Ooh.
Dimitrov 5 or 6?
Why not? He's playing well, and he's shown it's not a coincidence.
I mean, he's playing well, but it's still to a certain extent, He had a super solid campaign, but I don't know. I would put him in the top 10 though. Yeah, I would put him in the top 10.
And Rublev is just there all the time. He's there, quarterfinalist. You can guarantee he's there this year as well. I just think
Yeah,
Rune
which
is
probably
just
warrants his spot in the top 10, like for the next 5 slams.
yeah, exactly.
But, yeah,
I think Rune is just so flaky physically. I think that might have been done to death a little bit, but I also think there's a lot of truth to it. It's just like, how can you rely on that? What's Matthew saying? Yeah, I take it Matthew is an Andre over Cannon fan then.
So you were talking about Rune, that he's like flaky or something like that?
Yes, I would say so.
I get it, but like the upside is just so high. I don't think he's close to the top 4, but I think he's a pretty natural top 5 for me.
If you get another Rublev Rune matchup at the Australian Open this year, is there a repeat of last year, or does Rune win it?
I would hope for a match where Rune actually shows some progress, but his second half of the year was pretty awful. I think people tend to forget how good the first one was, though. Like up until the French, or maybe even with the French, he was actually on a great track. Like
he's a natural
getting deep at slams.
I honestly think
280,000 finals.
He's a natural clay cutter. I think when he can sit back a little bit, I do think that's where he's much more comfortable.
He used to be, but
he tries to. Honestly, I feel like his most aggressive game is not mega reliable though. Like he's reliable sitting back. He's not as reliable going for it. His forehand is quite loose sometimes.
We have like zero clue how he's gonna play like in 2 years time from here. Like he
2 years
really. Yeah, he could really like go into so many different play styles from here, and also maybe a mix of them. Like he kind of has it all. He just sort of needs to know what to do at the right time.
100%. Yeah,
Boris Becker is maybe a good idea to learn that from. I don't know.
He's definitely spoiled for choice. Like it's tough to say. Well, it's 1540. Sorry, it's 1540.
Yeah, I know. I was just seeing that 2 break points. He's gone long there. So 30-40. Yeah, today he got super frustrated. The around about 3-5 or 3-4 when he got broken, he nearly didn't hold serve and lost because he just got impatient and a bit wild. Not tanking, not at all, because he still could have got back in the match. But impatient and just angry, and it wasn't coming out in a good way. We see Djokovic get angry and then he'll just put the best return you've ever seen in your life, whereas he was getting angry and just putting in the tram lines.
Yeah.
Rune, this is, by the way. But Hurkacz here getting out a bit of trouble. Back to juice.
That's what I mean, though. I think impatient is the word, because I feel like when he starts going aggressive, it does seem to be A, at the wrong times, but also B, goes for too much. Like he hits the ball like a tank when he shouldn't be. Certainly, against a lot of players, it's just way riskier, especially against players that he does have the rally temperament to defeat. Although again, exactly what I was saying about Grigor. Sorry, just one thing to add. Exactly what I was saying about Grigor earlier. His like rally temperament and patience has really went up. Like I do think that Grigor 2.0 or 2024 is probably a pretty good matchup against Rune if he's willing to outlast him. Zverev missed those 2 break points, by the way. Hubert wins his advantage point and it's game 3-all.
By the way, I mean, the streets of Poland must be alive right now, Damien, with this United Cup. I imagine that.
Let me look outside the window.
Yeah, look outside the window, because I'm sure there's a few marches. March. What is it? March to Sweden. March to Italy, or whatever you say.
I see a lot of snow. I see a lot of cars that haven't been used in a while, and I actually did not see a single person when I looked outside the window.
Well, they're all glued to their TVs right now.
Oh yeah, they will be out like 5 minutes after the match.
Oh yes, and if they lose. Oh, you don't want to be in Poland. You don't want to be in Poland.
It's Sunday today, so like most of the shops are closed. So I don't know where they're gonna buy the vodka to drown their pain.
Yeah.
David, what's sorry, this is a bit of a sidetrack, but I am intrigued because I don't think I've asked you before. What's the kind of consensus on Daria Abramovich in Poland? What's the feel about her relationship with?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people sort of laugh about it.
Okay.
And yeah, there's definitely a ton of jokes about that partnership and the fact that, well, she's basically like spends half the day with Iga, and sort of the extent of their partnership is definitely something that some people aren't comfortable with. I think for the most part, it's like whenever Iga loses, Abramovich gets the first hit rather than Viktorovski. And whenever Iga wins, she probably doesn't get too much credit.
Yeah.
Still, like, it's just the way the mindset works. I guess especially for Polish people. I'm mostly talking here of like casual fans. What I see what I can hear, on the street, maybe not, but what I can see on Facebook or wherever. Like, I'm mostly talking about casual tennis fans. I think when Iga isn't going well, especially when she had these things like crying on the court, then Abramovich would be blamed for everything.
Yeah.
Personally, I think we, as usual, just have zero idea on how their relationship actually looks, right? So how can we actually judge it? But yeah, she probably gets she's probably like the first person that is blamed when Swiatek isn't doing well.
The clip from Netflix that they did rounds about a year ago, that that sort of that closeness to the relationship and her being there. I think Iga was getting her haircut or something, and she was next to her. I think that did the rounds, and that sort of made it appear like she was just always there wherever Iga was, whatever she was up to.
Because she kind of is. That's at least what I heard, right? That
Yeah.
she kind of is always there, and like she dictates a lot of stuff in her life. But of course, I mean, Iga is number one. She's won 4 slams, so it's not like it's not working.
No, it's hard to argue with. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, if Stefanos had won 4 slams and was world number 1, we wouldn't be going, I'm not sure if the father's a good influence or not.
Yeah. And also, if no one was expecting like even bigger things from Tsitsipas and he was around the top 10, then also no one would say a thing. It's really all a matter of expectations and whether you're fulfilling them or not.
If Stefanos doesn't win a slam, is he the 21st century? Is there anybody this century that was kind of more nailed on to win a slam that didn't do it?
Wait, are we talking Stefanos Tsitsipas over David Ferrer?
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking
Ferrer, Berdict, Tsonga. Because of different eras, maybe you're right. Like if we put them like in the same moment in time, then they would be higher up than him. But because he had different opponents, or like the same opponents but much later, then maybe. But if he doesn't win a slam from here, I don't know if it's a massive disappointment. The competition, the youngsters have gotten stronger. It's probably a massive disappointment he hasn't won one yet, rather than if he doesn't win one from here.
If he doesn't win one and he has a 15-year career, it'll be the first 7 years rather than the second 8. We probably look back on.
Probably yes. Of course, he had a very good chance at winning a slam in 2021.
Yeah, in Paris, yeah.
Was he ever winning that though? I don't know if it ever really felt like it.
It wasn't as bad as the Sinner 5 sets, and that's an obvious comparison at Wimbledon, when it was just like Novak is still winning this. That 5 sets, Stefanos was the better player. For the 2 sets that he won, Stefanos was also coming off the back of such a close match that they'd had like a few weeks before in Rome, and an incredibly close match that Stefanos had in Barcelona against Rafa. This Stefanos in 2021, I know what you mean. When Novak wins the 3rd set, it's like, oh, okay. But even the 5th set was close. I think it was just 1 break of serve, and Novak went to deuce on serve and had a smash to win the match, and he did put it away. But it wasn't quite. I know what you mean, Jack, but it wasn't quite. Was he ever winning it? For me, anyway. For me,
I don't think. Yeah, I think the telltale sign is Novak didn't get broken in any of those 3 sets that he played against Steph after they lost the first 2. He didn't get broken in any of the last 3 sets he played against Yannick at Wimbledon after he lost the first 2. Same in every 2-set comeback he's had over the past few years. The one against Zverev, the one against Musetti. He just walks in. He becomes unbreakable.
Yeah, but that's also because these players weren't actually playing that well to get him into that position in the first place. Like Laszlo Djere only leads against him 2-0 because Djokovic sort of allows him. Sinner, Nori, Musetti. He hasn't had a performance where like he's playing well, but he's getting outplayed by the opponent for 2 sets and then comes back. Maybe that Tsitsipas one is actually
That's right. I
that.
think the Tsitsipas one. I think Tsitsipas was playing really well.
Like that's the closest we got. I think we could even say that he was just he wasn't poor Djokovic for the first 2 sets. He won it mentally, like he won that match mentally. But the other matches like Djere, Musetti, Sinner, Nori, Wimbledon. Well, Nori I guess is just a 4-setter, but it still applies. Like he kind of went down because his level was not at the right caliber for the match, rather than his opponents being like 10 out of 10 and peaking. Probably Djere is the harshest example of that because it's Laszlo Djere and I have a lot of respect for him, but I remember waking up to this result and I was like, what?
Yeah, me too, yeah.
I guess we must have skipped the night watch on that day.
The Musetti one was a joke, by the way. The Musetti one was like he played insanely well for 2 sets. Like, I thought it was a really, really good level. And the contrast between that and the last 3 sets, obviously it was a physical issue, but it was insane.
There it was also different because it was still so early in Musetti's career and just wasn't ready to win. So I guess that's also a match that falls into a different category than the other 3.
Yeah. By the way, 4-all. I think we called Hurkacz a Medvedev light earlier, and the most infamous matchup in tennis, Zverev and Medvedev, I should say. There's definitely some similarities. Not much lightning, I would say, outside of the serve.
For me, the most infamous matchup in tennis is Cam Norrie, Taylor Fritz, but
yeah, it is actually, isn't it? Certainly on the ATP. Was that them playing for the 13th time or 14th time the other day?
And Fritz won, yeah. Maybe I'm going to say 13th, but I felt like they went into it either 6-all or 7-all, and now Fritz has a one match advantage.
Yeah. I feel like Damien would know that. Damien?
Yeah, that's what I thought Damien might know.
I lost
Fritz head-to-head.
Fritz who?
Cam Norrie, he's a guy from Britain. He won Indian Wells.
7-6, 7-6. It was 6-all before the United Cup, and now it's 7-6.
By the way, Jack, what are you wearing there? Is that a body warmer or?
Yeah, it's cold. It's cold. It's gone quite a bit warmer now, but it was very cold this morning, so I thought I'd stick my parka on.
Scotland.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to know how warm the temperature. Honestly, you don't want to know. Well, maybe you do.
How hot is it in Germany?
Germany. Oh, yes.
Is it not? Are you in Germany at the moment?
Well, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not, Jack. Maybe I'm not. And Damien knows exactly where I am, and actually I'm a bit free.
Oh, exactly. I know the continent.
You know it.
You don't know you don't know the country? I thought you knew the country, Damien.
I think I do.
Yeah, I think you do.
It's green. It has green on its flag.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Tell
you what, I'm gonna because I am a bit freer now because I'm a bit freer now to.
India has green on its flag.
I'm gonna
Pakistan, I think, does as well.
Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works for Jack. I'm gonna show
Italy from Matthew is a better guess.
No, but because I said continent, you kind of have the.
I don't think that helps.
Yeah, that wouldn't help at all. No, that literally could be Poland.
If we could knock those buildings down, that might help because there is a fairly famous thing behind it. But anyway,
you in Sydney?
Sydney? No, that would be very cool. Obviously, in terms of the tennis world right now. No, I'm actually very far from there, but I am.
Everyone is very far from Sydney, so that doesn't really help.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I can't figure out where you would be, especially if it's anything to do with tennis. It's pretty tough, but I have a
It's
feeling it
not
might not be.
really not right now, but it will be in about
It
5
could in
weeks.
some time. Yeah, that's
5
a good
weeks it'll
hint,
be
right?
on our radars.
That's a good hint.
That is a good hint. Yeah, 5-6 weeks.
5,
6 weeks, I think.
Dubai, maybe.
No, a bit another couple of weeks later, or
that's-
maybe the same time as Dubai. I'm not
These
sure.
are the same weeks. These are the same weeks.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So well done.
Like
Jack.
I'm not sure it's exactly the same week, but it's either like one.
I'm not a
ahead or one
Dubai
or the
person
same.
though, Jack. That's not me.
No, likewise. We were talking about that the other day. I doubt it's Rotterdam by how sunny it is.
I'm so pumped for Rotterdam. I got there 6 weeks before.
Who knows? Are you
I
in
think we were talking about it recently. Weren't we in the last half an hour, maybe, Damien? I don't know. Or maybe it was a different stream. Were we not talking about? I think we were. Or maybe I was talking about it with Mario actually on another stream. Anyway. No, I think
we
I was
were
talking
definitely talking about it, but maybe it was off stream or maybe it was on stream. I don't know.
Doha?
No, you're in the wrong part of the world, but it is the same time of the year.
It's tough. I don't know.
All
All I can think of is all these gloomy European cities.
Yeah, but what's also in February on the ATP tour?
Yeah, I was thinking of Marseille. It's not Marseille.
No. What else is in February? It's not just European indoor events.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. That's all I can think of. Indian Wells doesn't start in February. It starts in March.
I'm trying to give you clues here with very bad singing.
Oh, Rio.
Very well done.
Rio, nice.
I was about to start singing Copacabana, so it's good that you.
I'm trying to do that
before that.
There's a song, but I can't do it.
No, I actually did get it from that.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I knew the song.
Oh, great. There you go.
I thought they
Matthew
used it
also guessed at the same time
at the Olympics. I might be wrong. Anyway, very cool. Yeah, that's amazing, John. So I take it you're there for the event, or?
Yeah and no. I don't have a press pass, not yet.
Right.
Which is so. I'm not come all this way and then go, oh, you didn't give me a press pass. I'm aware that is a possibility. Bearing in mind we have about 1 in 3 success rate. That would be a bit of a gamble. No, I'm just here just for a laugh, really, as well.
I love it. Rio is somewhere I've always wanted to go to.
Yes, and let me tell you this: I've had 7 days here, and I've worked about 5 of them, and I've done about 73 hours of streams with Damien too. But I've had some good moments as well.
Love it. Yeah, because you can just work wherever, John, right?
Yeah.
As long as you're awake at the right times.
Yeah, I know. The time difference is funny. Anyway, could be Hurkacz 3-4 here. How was the first set? What happened in this first set?
Yeah, it went with in fact, my summary, I guess, is decent. I would say Zverev was the better player for everything besides the tiebreak. He had the most chances, served really well. I mean, the serve percentage was like 90% first serve points won. Then it went into the tiebreak. Zverev took his foot off the gas a little bit. He made all of his first serves, but pretty much all of them were under like the 200 kilometer an hour mark, which, as you can imagine, with Zverev is pretty low. So he just took his foot off the gas a wee bit, gave Hurkacz a few chances, a couple of passing shot opportunities, and Hurkacz took them. And it was kind of a different story in the tiebreak, despite Hurkacz maybe being the second best player for most of it, marginally.
What do you think, Damien, to that? Those comments there, slagging off your countrymen.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few opportunities for Zverev that he didn't take. Whether it was more so Hurkacz big serving, maybe, but also a few makeable returns. Zverev with a couple of weird shot selections in the tiebreaker as well. As Jack probably mentioned, the serving did drop a little bit in the tiebreak as well. So that was important too from Zverev. But, otherwise it's just been as tight as nails, really.
Yeah, a lot of easy service holds, as you'd imagine. That's just been the story of the match, really. And it does feel like it's one of those matchups where if the return does go back into play, the rally's probably going to go to about 7+ shots. It doesn't feel like either of them really have a serve +1. So they've got a great serve, but then they don't mop up in the next shot. So
yeah, there was also that stat. It was like in the first set where they showed what they're playing on the third shot in the rally, so the +1
did
shot.
they?
And Hurkacz had 85% on his forehand, while Zverev just 46%.
Yeah, so
I know the backhand is like his bigger shot, but like it kind of tells you that he's not really
he's not
going
looking
in for
for
the kill on the +1 shot, right?
he's absolutely not. Like you see him play. You see him play backhand from the juice court often on his +1 shot.
And most often it's not a winner. It's not a point that forces an error. It's not a point-ending weapon. It's mostly just a rally. So that's true that they put a lot of first serve, good big serves in, but don't necessarily take advantage of them. But I guess we knew that. Like this is a match of big servers who are also counter punchers, defenders at the same time.
Yeah.
They have aggressive qualities to their game for sure. Like they could play very aggressively if they want to. In fact, that's probably the best versions of their game.
Yeah,
but
my
most
favorite.
Of the time.
Sorry, go on, Damien. I was just
going to say. I just wanted to say most of the time it doesn't work out like this. Yeah.
I was going to say my favorite iteration of Hubie Hurkacz was, I think, the United Cup maybe 2-3 years ago when he played.
I think I know what you mean, like Team Bautista Agut.
It was Bautista Agut. It was Bautista Agut. You remember exactly the one. And Hubie just started coming into the net like every other shot. And Hubie at the net is a beast. He's got such long levers. He can get to pretty much anything. I'd love to see him do that more often. I'd love to see it. I think he's so good at the net. It's unreal.
Like 2 days ago, I had this exact conversation with someone on a stream. I can't remember who it was right now because it's all like blurry to me. But yeah, we literally said that, he should be getting there more. But it's also not really a choice. Like the deficiencies of his forehand also limit his ability to approach.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But yeah, he has amazing reach. Of course, he's also played some very high quality doubles. He's gotten his volleying to be at a very high standard, other than just being tall and having long hands, long arms. So I do think he should be getting there more, but I also understand with his technique, it's not that simple.
I do actually, the asterisk to what I just said and what you're pointing out, Damien, is that he lost that match against Roberto Bautista Agut. So despite the fact I really enjoyed the tennis, he did end up losing the match in the end. Yeah.
So we are talking about different years, I guess, because I was thinking about the year when Hurkacz went 3-0, and then also went to the semis in Adelaide the next week, or maybe it was Auckland, the one there where Ugo Humbert won. So I guess it would be 2021. So maybe you were talking about like other, no, 2021. No, 2021 there was no ATP Cup, or like at least Hurkacz didn't play. So it's 2022 then. So. You were talking about 2022, and I guess I was thinking of 2020 then.
Potentially, I was thinking of one where Hubie loses in a third set tiebreak.
Yeah, I was thinking of 2020. No Bautista Agut there, but he went 3-0, beating Team Chorich and Schwartzman. I guess I combined the two editions. Yeah, so we were actually thinking of different ones. But yeah,
it's a really high quality point here, just from both players in a way that ends up with a forehand winner. From
Andrei Rublev also won in the meantime. By the way,
yeah, I saw that. Yeah. By the way, did Botic van der Sandstrup, did he play a tournament this week?
Yeah,
I think so.
He lost to Shang.
Yuncheng Shang. He had too much points against Yuncheng Shang. Yeah.
Oh, he had two match. Oh, you're kidding me. Botic had two match points?
Yeah.
You know why, Damien? You know why I'm annoyed?
I don't. I was about to ask.
Because he was unbeaten since he appeared on Talking Tennis.
Right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
He appeared on Talking Tennis during the Davis Cup. I think he won one match afterwards. That was the end of his season. I don't even know if that Dutch championship thing happened or not. And
he wasn't playing it. He wasn't.
There you go, even better.
Jesper de Jong and Hies Brouwer were the two top.
He didn't lose in the final. The rest of 2023. So we were his good luck charm. but now that's done. But I guess we're still got the 2023 stat that he appeared on us and he didn't lose for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
So there we go.
And if he's gonna lose, then at least he lost to a talented youngster and not like a, I don't know.
not Ryanich. Is that harsh? I mean, Ryanich is amazing. I'm just saying it's not like a guy on his way out, or it's not like a 150 in the world who's been 150 in the world for 5 years.
Does anybody want to have a punt at what number title Andrei Rublev just won?
Yeah, I'll have a punt.
Yeah. I'll have one.
9.
Okay.
You're gonna be 250 or above, yeah, right? Like a
250 or above, yeah.
I
9.
wanted to go much higher. Now I'm thinking whether I'm stupid or not.
I did have 12 in my mind, but I changed.
I wanted to go even higher.
Oh wow!
And now the fact that you said this is making me. I'm gonna say 17.
Correct answer is 15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not far off then. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought Damien was just
I'm
going
fine
to
with
go
that.
like 10 or something just to sort of chop me off.
No, I didn't care about winning all that much, but
Yeah.
I mostly wanted to be close myself rather than beat you.
Mhm.
But when you said 9, I really got very confused because I initially wanted to say 16, 17, something like that. Yeah, that this is his 17th. That's what I was going for. But when you said 9, I was like, maybe he actually hasn't won that many. Because it's like what, 4 500s? No, maybe 5 500s, and the rest would be 250s.
No, he's got the Masters.
No, he has a Masters last year, of course. Yeah.
Oh yeah, one of the best matches of the year, Damien.
It was
I mean,
I'm talking tennis.
Stop it, guys.
Damien's
But
not.
no, I was even talking about the title like 2 hours ago, and I managed to forget it since.
Looking back on some of those videos, by the way, it's quite funny. There's one where Damien and I are talking about Altmaier at Sinner. At the beginning of the video, I'm saying, "Oh, this is an amazing match," and Damien's just sort of shaking his head, and then I go, it's easily in the top 7, and Damien's shaking his head even more, and then I say, I don't even know why it's not number 1, and Damien is honestly his head is like this, and then something happens, and I think I ask him about Altmaier. And he says, "Oh, well, here's a cool thing about Altmaier." And I think to myself, okay, he's forgotten about the shaking of the head. Now a minute later, he says, "No, that's bull. That's BS. What were you talking about?" So
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that Altmaier thing was scary.
There's another one as well where he recoils like you've just given the most spiciest food, and I forget what it is. It's in another stream. But it's funny. It's funny.
I remember that Altmaier thing because you really threw me under the bus there. Because we're just recording now. We're supposed to record Altmaier Sinner, and we just start talking about it. And John is like, Damien, what's one thing about Daniel Altmaier that most viewers won't know? And I'm like this.
It's pre-recorded. I think that there might have been a 5
Thankfully, I came up with something.
You did. A gem. Do you remember?
Yeah, the top 10 record of his, which is like 3-2 right now, and used to be C1.
Set
point.
For a while there, I was like, John, did you seriously do this to me?
Right, little departure here.
Go on, Jack. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'll talk us through the set point. Hubie so far, a little loose in this game. Zverev with a couple of good approaches, to be fair. Hubie, though, set point down. Where do you think he goes? Forehand or backhand? Probably doesn't matter. He's going to hit the line anyway. He misses the first serve. The first serve. I realised the score's updated on the Talking Tennis screen. But second serve anyway. Here we go. To the backhand of Zverev. He goes down the line, goes for the lowest percentage shot he could have, and he misses.
We're not far apart. I'm actually watching on YouTube, funny enough.
I like that commentary a lot.
Yeah, me too.
He goes for the worst percentage shot he could have. He misses. Naturally, he misses.
Yeah.
Why would you go for that set point?
But yeah, now that I see it, I mean, I get.
It was Zverev's look of surprise after he didn't make it as well. It's funny. Yeah, we're about. What I think Damien is better than anyone, but me, I'm not far behind. I didn't even look at that scoreboard.
Yeah, I
No,
don't
I'm
either.
actually on a different stream right now, so I'm behind Jack as well.
Oh, look at Laura Siegman there, friend of the show, looking all anxious, wondering when she's next going to appear on Talking Tennis, no doubt. I need an unbeaten record like Botic. She's thinking, I need to go on a 6 weeks unbeaten record.
She did well in the doubles, to be fair.
She's an unbelievable doubles player.
Yeah. Second set point for Zverev, Hubert with a first serve down the tee. Something happened there. Maybe probably a let. Yep, we'll go again. First serve points one for Hubie, not particularly massive actually. So not a be all and end all if he misses it. He does. Second serve. Does he kick into the grandstand again? He doesn't. Goes to the Zverev forehand. It's in play. Hubie with a backhand. This is pretty neutral at the moment. Zverev maybe with a chance to attack. Doesn't. Both players going straight down the middle of the court. Not even going close to the sidelines. Hubie with a nice bit of injection there on the backhand actually. Just peppers the baseline with his forehand. And Zverev just staying strong. This rally could take quite a while. Zverev with a wee hooked forehand. He comes short there. Hurkacz, but he doesn't take the opportunity. Now he's backing off. He maybe should have come into the net. Now he definitely is. There we go. Eventually takes the opportunity. He had quite a few short balls there. But he did eventually actually capitalise on one. So credit to Hubie Hurkacz there.
Some of Damien's brothers there. I'll enjoy. Sorry, Damien. It makes me laugh every time.
That's actually no. From your commentary, I didn't gather that it was gonna be a forehand like this. Wow.
Yeah.
It was nice. It was
But
good.
yeah, the rally was so long. Jesus Christ.
Zverev was literally just like moonballing everything, like shaping the ball into the middle of the service line almost. They weren't the prettiest forehands, I've got to say. So I'm really glad Hubie actually did something with one.
The guy with the beard on the German bench, that's not Zverev's brother, is it, Misha? With a, I mean, it sort of
When I
looks.
see when I see
It's
the
not.
bench,
It's not.
I'll-
It just looks so different.
It wasn't his dad, was it? Was it not his dad?
No, it's not Misha. It's not Misha. No, it's not. I just know that Misha's been when I think maybe it was the ATP Cup. No, I'm not talking about his dad. His dad's
Yeah.
in the box. When
So the captain, I guess.
Yeah. Who is that? Wow, another ace from Hurkacz on set point there.
Well done, Hubie. That was clutch. Big first serve onto the tee there. You love to see it.
Yeah, because of course Laura will be hoping that she gets some. Oh, look at her eager there. No daddy about
Yeah, I couldn't remember his name, but that's Torben Beltz. He was basically working with Kerber through the most successful times of her career. Oh, and a friend of the show as well on the screen.
Laura Siegmund.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's already been mentioned. I mean, you were busy googling something at the
time. Yeah, I was busy googling Torben Beltz.
That's nice.
I like that. Yeah, it was good. Or if he put that drop shot into the net, would I be saying, why on earth didn't you attack with your forehand?
Yeah.
To be fair, but it was still a nice finish.
It reminds me of drop shot David Fekina against Hurkacz. Was it? Who was it? Not drop shot. Underarm serve. Who did you underarm serve against at Wimbledon? Oh, was it Wimbledon?
Well, he did do it against Hurkacz, but honestly, it could be a lot of players, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely, Hubie. Sorry, I'm a few seconds ahead of you, Jack. So.
Oh yeah, lovely. Love a bit of that.
So that's now 6 breakpoints saved by Hurkacz. He still hasn't had one on the Zverev serve, but
I love that. So like the serve of Hurkacz is so big, he ends up like a foot inside the baseline. So if you can get the ball to his feet, then you should be able to force some errors. But there, it just turned into a like half volley winner down the line. It was beautiful.
Also worth noting that in 12 games on his own serve, I think Zverev has only lost 8 points, whereas in the first set tiebreak he lost 3. points on
Yes.
serve. So if that continues, if that pattern continues, that will clearly like be the story of the match, really.
Yeah. I still think stats can be deceiving because if he'd missed his first serve, but if he does make any more first serves, it's worth paying attention to the placement and the speed, because that's what happened in the first set. Pretty much none of them were enough to put him on the offense from the first ball. And now he's got a second serve. Didn't double fault. He's coming into the net. Hubie now with a passing opportunity and takes it again. Damien into the net when he shouldn't have been in. It's interesting, actually. I remember one match of Zverev's against Tsitsipas a couple of years back in Monte Carlo, and the play for Tsitsipas was, how do I bring Zverev forward and give myself a passing opportunity? Because Zverev's transition game is piss poor. Pardon my French. It's really not good.
And these tie breaks perfectly encapsulate that.
Yeah.
And suddenly he's using all of that in the tiebreak as well. Like of course, his net game is like perfectly fine when he's just using it as a way to finish off the point, sort of like Nadal style. But here he's actually trying to do all the work with the net, and that's the second time he's doing it. Like this is the second tiebreak in a row where he suddenly is trying to go for tactics like this.
Case in point again. What is he doing coming in on that ball? That's insane. Yeah, I totally agree though, Damien. Yeah, he doesn't do anywhere near enough with the ball before. That was a pretty regulation forehand inside out, given Hubie's court positioning. Like, it wasn't putting him under any pressure, nowhere near flat enough. Didn't take any time away from Hubie.
Yeah, it's like one of these shots where Hurkacz didn't even need to know that Zverev is approaching. Like, he could have just been hitting a regular baseline shot, without even seeing that Zverev is there. It's like the Djokovic-Alcaraz ATP Finals winner, which sort of goes down as a pass, but I don't think Novak even knew that Alcaraz is approaching. Yeah. And then here, Hurkacz probably knew, but probably that's why he chose that direction. But still, like, that didn't really matter for his stroke production. That's Zverev is at the net whatsoever. Well, at the net, going to the net at least.
I agree, though. I totally agree. I know exactly what you mean. Unintentional flashy winner. Narlan in the comments saying Rybakina undoubtedly the best player in the world at the moment.
Yeah, Damien and I are a bit more familiar than you are with Nurlan.
Maybe, but I just remember when a couple of days ago Nurlan said that, can anyone stop Rybakina and Sabalenka from meeting in the Austrian Open final again? Yeah. And this doesn't actually go against it. So like these two opinions can interact with each other. But I just like all the controversial takes from Nurlan.
I do. It's funny, yeah. I mean, he could easily just enter right now and just going, Zverev is done. And an hour and a half later, Zverev wins it in 3 sets, and you just don't hear from Nolan for 2 months. He comes back with another sort of take on something, and when it turns out right, he's whoop, 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 look at me, I made it, and then he just disappears again. That's Nolan, and that's why we love him as well. But it's how it is.
Love it. I feel like at the moment should be underlined. Because anybody being the best player in the WTA, it could last a month, it could last a day, it could last a week. Who knows? Theo in the tiebreak, by the way. This is getting pretty tight. Still paying attention to Zverev's approaches to the net, which so far have, I believe, lost him all 3 points, or maybe there was one other one. Apart from that one, sorry. 2 out of 3.
The pressure points stat that just appeared, I don't know if you saw that happen. It's sort of, it's backing up a bit about I think you mentioned he lost 3 points he's lost 8 points on serve in the entire match, but of course 3 of them came during the first set tiebreak. Suggesting, and it was 21-8 was the pressure point stat that appeared, and it's like basically Hurkacz is in trouble on occasions, but he keeps saving those break points, and of course you throw in the tiebreak as well. And
I think the other day I was talking about this stat with someone that, like, without splitting it into on which serve these points were played, it doesn't actually tell much,
It's
because
sketchy. It's
it doesn't
sketchy.
actually say much. Yeah, because there was this Manarino. I think it was Manarino Hurkacz, so it must have been with Andre, and Manarino was leading pressure point 6-2, but he was losing the match because literally all the pressure points were on the Manarino serve, and it was like a lot of deuces.
It's
But
sketchy. I
he
agree.
was still losing the match. Here, I think it kind of applies though, because
Yes.
Hurkacz has saved 6 set points, and the important points have generally been won by him. Yeah, but that's also because most of these important points were on the Hurkacz serve. It's not as like the gap 21-8 isn't as huge as that gap is bigger than what it actually is, sort of realistically. But yeah, actually, pressure points are a bit of a story of the match so far. And they
Did that
will be
smash
if it
back
ends
in?
in 2 here.
Did that smash? Oh,
I think it was
oh,
out, did it not?
yeah.
It
So
was.
that's another one to add to your pressure points tally, perhaps.
Yeah, pressure points is a weird one. It tells that story, but I don't think it's
To be
that
honest with you, I
great.
wouldn't have paid any attention to it if it wasn't when you said I think 8 points lost on serve, but 3 of them came in the tiebreak. It was like, okay, yeah, that's a horrible miss.
I love the slow-mo there because you can see
Yeah.
there's just like no topspin on it. He's just tried to slap it into the corner. Hates playing overheads. Hates playing second serves. It's just true. It's the thing that goes when he's, anything overhead tends to go when he's under pressure a bit. You can play from the back for days, but I think we're about to see a case in point here. Pretty long rally up and coming. Who's going to go first? Hubie with the first chance to attack, decides to stay back. Now he's got a chance to go forward. He's not going to make a mistake there. That is great stuff. Well played.
The streets of Poland getting ready for the party.
Hubie showing, by the way, how to play an overhead. Like, he's unlovable. He is unlovable. He's just like, he comes up with an angle from behind the baseline. Often. It's just like insane. Great stuff. 5-3 Hubie. 2 points away from a victory.
Yeah, and that narrative is only getting stronger about Zverev barely losing any points on serve, but in the tiebreaks, it's very different.
Mm-hmm.
5 points lost in the tiebreak on serve.
Really?
And 8 in the 2 tiebreaks.
On the 2
5,
tiebreaks.
yeah.
Yeah.
So 2 and
I mean
3.
Zverev only, and in the entire match, just 8 in 12 games in the regular games.
Does come up with an ace though to get himself to 4-5, who'd been out with 2 service points to clinch the victory for Poland. Misses his first serve, second serve. Yeah, it's in play. Hubie with a nice forehand inside out there. Doesn't do much to put himself up in the rally though. Chance to step in. Oh, great stuff, Hubie. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Difference between Hubie's forehand approach and Zverev's is how flat he's hitting it, which is not normal for Hubie. He tends to come across the ball when he plays it
Damien,
flat.
are you gonna get Polish face paint on your cheeks?
No.
No. Okay.
No. The European Union.
It's a bit trickier, that one, to paint on your face.
Probably, yeah. Poland has a really nice flag, yeah.
United Cup point. Hurkacz with a chance here. First one on serve. Big serve out wide. He's got a chance. He's so close to the net. There's no way he messes it up from here, right? Oh, he made that.
I think he made it. I think he made it, Jack. Yeah, it's a really good point. It's a really good point.
That's some shot.
Yeah. I mean, yes.
Yeah, I know.
Through Damien's eyes, they were going, yeah, he should have done more with the volley, but
No. The first pass from Zverev was tough enough already.
That was a good shot as well, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he actually could have done much more.
Credit where credit's due. That was a great shot from Zverev. I think under pressure. Gene in the chat, yep. I think it was fair one of the shots of the year. Second championship point, second United Cup point. as they
Yes.
insist on calling it for some reason. We don't call it Australian Open point. But never mind. Anyway, 5-6. Oh, okay. It's going to be another first serve. This is where it gets interesting on first serve, because Zverev is under so much pressure here. Does he opt to roll it in inverted commas at like 180 kilometers an hour into the body, or does he go for a first serve onto one of the lines? Because I don't think he wants to roll in a second serve. So I think he'll probably take something off here. He does.
Probably somewhere in the
He
middle
took
of
something
that.
off,
Yeah.
but he went to the forehand. And I was just thinking about that hybrid serve, which I think is what Craig was talking about when he was talking about Djokovic a couple of years ago or last year.
Yeah, but Novak never hits a hybrid serve on first serve. He's not like...
It's on the second serve when he goes a bit gambly, you mean?
Yeah, that looked like a Novak second serve.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But anyway, it actually was... He took something off the first serve, but I still expect a Zverev first serve that's 8 out of 10 rather than 10 or 9 to be pretty meaty. And it wasn't that meaty, but he got away with it, I think.
He did get away with it.
He got away with it.
He will always get away with it because Hurkacz... Well, what's Hurkacz going to do?
But he pretty much left himself at 50-50 there from the back of the court on a first serve. That's the thing. And it's going to be the same thing, I would imagine, at 6-all, unless... to be fair, I would say this is Zverev's stronger serving side, so maybe he does go for it.
And he should be feeling good about himself right now.
Should be. Let's see. It'll be interesting again. Does it clock in at about 180 kilometers an hour, or does he go for it down the tee, which I think is the side he'll choose if he does decide to go for it. He does go down the tee and he misses by a country mile. It's his second serve.
I've already seen it. Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's a horrible return.
Yeah, it's a good example of what I said just a second ago, that like you can roll it in against Hurkacz because what is he going to do? And yeah, he tried to be aggressive.
It's a bit dodgy, wasn't it? It was a little bit dodgy.
Yeah.
Rather glum-looking Polish lady there.
I didn't like the form much there, I gotta say. Tried to find out.
Will the Polish players, when they arrive back in Poland at some point in the next few weeks, will they get booed if they lose this entire tie?
No, I don't think there will be people like tennis isn't that big for people to actually chase them down at the airport, I think. Also, they won't be arriving at the same time, right? It's not a big
I know, they're coming
team
drips and
comeback.
drabs.
Like there's Hurkacz might even fly straight up to Uzbekistan for the Davis Cup after the Australian Open, depending how long he is in Australia. Swiatek, will be back at their own time. So yeah.
Second serve. Again, no, Hubie probably can afford to roll it in. It was a good second serve, actually. Oh no, this isn't good.
I don't really care, but this is painful to watch, from a
No,
neutral.
it's a ball. No, oh, come on.
Yeah,
it's
this
actually
is painful to watch from a neutral.
Honestly, it's a tough ball. That was a tough ball.
It's a tough ball, but you didn't need to play it like this. I guess you could have lifted it up a little bit more and just
that is honestly a tricky one. It ended up.
It is a tricky one. It was too short for comfort, if that makes sense. Yeah,
too low as well.
But actually,
when he got to it.
Hurkacz's frustrated response is actually quite amusing, and also the response from Zverev. It's not Alcaraz winning the second set against Djokovic at Wimbledon or Djokovic in the mire and then just getting booed and then winning a Grand Slam. And even that sort of cup deer thing that Zverev did was a bit lame.
I know. It's like when have you seen Novak do that after somebody hooks a forehand long on set point?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
It's just not what happened.
And the happiest person about the Nadal withdrawal is actually Quentin Wallis, who still manages to get into the Australian Open main draw.
That's the man who's winning the Australian Open.
Yeah, he was already actually in the qualies draw. but now will be replaced with an alternate.
I really wish I had all those Quentin Hallis predictions last year. What did I say? Quentin Hallis, Wimbledon semi-finalist, I think.
Really, semi-finalist? I mean, I remember us talking about it, but semi-finalist.
I think
To be fair, he did play extremely
semi-finalist.
well at Wimbledon. He had one of his best events. He had one of his best events of the season at Wimbledon. So
yeah.
So I don't think you were completely in the wrong there.
Yeah, he didn't do badly against Sinner. He's like his
No.
Serve's amazing.
Is that who he lost to at Wimbledon, Sinner?
Yeah.
Yes, third round. He had a couple of very good wins earlier as well. I can't remember who they were against, but
I had Kudermetova either in the semis or in the final.
I'm pretty sure Jack had her in the final of the Australian Open, actually.
I did. Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
well remembered, Damien. Well remembered. Because I think she got knocked out in the first round.
Remembers other people's failures.
Because I remember it was a heated discussion in Australia when I was like, what? Now I'm sort of more on board with Kudermetova than I was 12 months ago. But I still wouldn't pick her for a runner-up spot at a slam. But I'm more on board than I was 12 months ago. I started appreciating her a touch more.
Bit of Hubie criticism here in the chat, Damien. Just talking about him being a bit tight.
Apparently, I was gonna start breakdancing if Hubie wins. Maybe
I saw that. That was funny.
Yeah, maybe he has a terrible poker face, but that's not criticism. That really comes into his game, right? I mean, maybe on like a psychological level. But yeah, tight Hubie is definitely an awful watch. I would even say Hurkacz is very often an awful watch. But
his forehand can be quite criminal.
Yeah, a friend of mine who's also like a journalist, and he's also from Poland. Like maybe like a year ago, I remember he said something like this to me, that he recently had this epiphany that like if he wasn't Polish, he probably wouldn't be watching Hubert Hurkacz. And I'm like, recently? You just had this? Really? It's the first time you thought about that?
It doesn't take much watching.
I mean, yeah.
Do you know, honestly, I'm not Polish. I'm a pretty big fan of Hubie. I do.
Passive. It's like a passive Zverev. It's the same sort of game, and
but the net game makes a big difference for me, genuinely. I also think he's a bit more relatable, definitely, just with the speed of shot he hits outside of the serve, obviously, which is insane.
outside of the current big four, and throw Rafa in there as well as 5, and then throw Roger in as 6. And you'll understand why I'm doing this. The rest of the current tour, I think they're all kind of equally vulnerable when it comes to pressure moments. Now, it's not like you don't go Zverev, what a guy under pressure he is.
No, definitely not.
I mean, you can about certain players, but like everyone is a choker from time to time. There's no real way to stay out of it.
He's not bad.
Steph is good. I actually think Steph is good. I literally just think it's a technical deficiency. Like if you throw in a serve to his backhand, he'll probably miss it. That's not a pressure thing. It's just
exactly.
Everyone loses matches from time to time where they were up. Like you cannot escape
it.
Team's
not bad.
Andy Murray loses matches.
I honestly think the big factor is if a player has a big weapon that they can rely on under pressure, they look better under pressure. Like Berrettini is one of those whose forehand is good enough that he wins big matches in big moments using it. Same with Alcaraz. Same with Medi's maybe an exception to the rule, actually. I suppose his backhand's good enough to not break down under pressure.
Yeah, this is a bit of a random example because, of course, it's like even a different sport, but in my level is also crap. But I remember once my dad telling me at like a table tennis event, like, how are you so aggressive when you're like down a match point or something like that? And I told him it's actually easier to hit one big shot than 10 good ones in a row, like to actually play a point. I'm doing it because it's easier for me to just blast the ball and see if I made it rather than, try to rally with someone.
That's another way that pressure tells, going too big in the big moments. You don't want to hang in the rally. I've definitely felt that before. And you're like, why did I go for that? And you say, I don't have the belief that I can hang in the rally with this guy.
Yeah. If I play 10 shots on one of them, I'm gonna get tight and like I'm not even gonna pull it off. So yeah, I'm just gonna finish it off earlier, and it's also a thing. But I just always believe that everyone can choke, and even if someone wins a few good matches where they were like super good under pressure, at some point it's gonna come for them. Perhaps a good example of that was Andy Murray last year, who at the beginning was like saving match points left and right, and then eventually he had his own
losing match points.
horrific losses, especially to Deminor, who just seems to be like a kryptonite of his, and someone who actually stresses him out quite a lot.
Yeah,
I can see how Deminor would stress you out, though. He's an amazing player and just coming at the top 10, but he is someone that would probably annoy you a lot. I don't know. As an opponent.
Yeah, it's also weird that Murray has a problem with that guy. Actually, I mean, I understand it on a tennis like level in terms of the play styles. I don't really understand how it got so deep into him, like mentally.
Tight,
But that's probably because he has already lost to him like 6 or 7 times, and at some point it just adds up to it. Yeah. But on a play style level, definitely, I understand it why it's pretty tough for him. But yeah. Otherwise,
what a terrible return.
It's not great, is it?
I mean, it was a fairly good serve, but didn't deserve that response.
Give me a wee second, by the way. I'll get some water while we tune into this third set.
I'm currently awake for about 18, 19 hours. It's not that crazy, I guess. I don't even know who Tennis by David is, Nurlan. Who's Tennis by David? That's a Polish spelling as well with a
that's a website that I work for.
Oh, okay.
I don't understand what the
I think it's
how
David
Nurlan knows about it.
No, who knows?
Yeah, but yes, Nurlan, that's true. Although maybe Nurlan, was it Nurlan who once joined the stream, because the site also has a YouTube channel where I appear from time to time. So maybe it was Nurlan who joined the stream actually at some point. Someone from Talking Tennis did. Maybe it was Nurlan, yeah. Yeah, Matthew is really hoping for a Murray win over Deminor. Would it be like the most emotional reaction of the year for Andy if he beat Alex Deminor?
Yeah, like more than 2 Wimbledon titles.
Suddenly the Scottish, dry humor and goes away, and Murray just takes off his shirt. He's running around the stadium like crazy. He's kissing the queen. Oh no, I want to say kissing the queen. I guess the king. On the cheek, then on the cheek.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time, but like tennis is so weird. Just a second ago, this was supposed to end already. Like Poland was supposed to get the United Cup title. Now we get one more set of this. Then probably if Zverev wins it, and of course he has like more momentum, we get a long break, and then we get the mixed. And
will it be Zverev and Sigmund against Hurkacz?
Depends. I mean, it could be a change of nomination. Of course, Poland isn't going to change anything. It is Swiatek Hurkacz. I would assume that Germany goes Zverev Sigmund because, the only real case when you could think about like changing something up would be, there are 2 options for Germany, I guess. One of them is Zverev if he feels as if he's too tired, right? And he's already pretty slow here, as you can see after this next point. Like he's needs a bit of time to regroup. So that could be an option. Like if Zverev wins this, that maybe Zverev says he's too tired. And then I would assume that Marterer plays instead of Vechnelt, despite Vechnelt being a doubles specialist, but he's like 150 in the rankings in doubles. And there's also the option to play Kerber instead of Sigmund, which they were actually going for in the group stage. but they swapped to Zygmunt in the quarters, and I think she's played well enough the past 2 rounds that it's going to be her. So I would assume Zygmunt with Zverev, unless Zverev is just way too tired to play. Poland, there's no discussion there. If I don't think the mixed will be played if it's a dead rubber, because they just want to do the trophy ceremony. But basically, Poland, there's no discussion whatsoever as to who will play. Even though we have Zieliński, the top 30 doubles player, Australian Open finalist, Rome winner from last year, but there's still no discussion that it's going to be Hurkacz Swiatek. Well, unless Hubie got injured, I guess, which is also a possibility.
That's a good hold for Zverev.
I was able to bring up Federer in a casual conversation with friends at New Year's Eve, actually, because we were watching, someone put on this random concert, that is there New Year's Eve on TV, and it was simply in the background, and the son of Andrea Bocelli was singing. And so I was able to start talking about Andrea Bocelli singing with Roger Federer. On the stage, and I made that pretty lame joke that how did he know he was there since he's blind? But yeah, just mentioned that because was talking about the Federer Princess Kate relationship, and it reminded me of Federer Bocelli. Who is the funniest WTA player? Probably Penko, right?
Yeah, Ostapenko is the first one that comes to mind. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
both
but
in
the
terms
only
of
thing
the
is,
reactions and also what she says.
the only thing I would
in
say,
interviews.
just one, sometimes she goes over the line a bit.
Yeah,
Just, like a lot
still,
of her shots go over the line, and she'll say they didn't, but
yeah, in terms of the reactions, she's definitely up there, and in terms of how brutally honest she can be, definitely as well. So I'm actually struggling to come up with someone else, really.
But yeah, Jean mentioned Sabalenka, and she is kind of funny.
There was Sloane Stephens maybe as well.
Okay, there was a semi. Maybe I'm going a bit too far to say awkward on-court interview that she gave recently, where she, I think the first question was, "Do you like movies?" "Yeah, I love movies," or something like, "I've seen you love your movies," and she's like, "Yeah, I love movies, yeah." And then from that moment onwards, the person asking the questions, which I think was Jelena Dokic, was like, "So this movie?" And she's like, "No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't know that one." And then it's like, "But this one, right?" Yeah, that sounds familiar. And you could just see Sabalenka was going into an area where she's like, she's almost tempted to just say yes. And then finally she's told, "Well, Jude Law was in the audience watching you." And I don't know if she knew who Jude Law was, but it was all but she's giggling as well. And it's kind of funny. And yeah, apparently she was very amusing after her loss to Rybakina today. I think she said something like, "Thanks for giving me 3 games" or something. To not look so bad. But yeah, she is funny. I remember as well in Madrid last year, a similar situation actually. After she'd won the finals, that helps. But after she'd won the final and the press conference had finished, some Spanish social media people got hold of her and said, "We just wanted you to talk something into the camera for 20 seconds." And she's like, "What do you mean? Just say something and we'll put it on social media." And she's like, "Oh, okay." And she doesn't know what to say for like 5 seconds, and she goes, "Vamos!" And and everyone laughed, and it was funny because she didn't know what to say, and then she just came up with something spontaneous and real. So yeah, I think she got a few extra points with me for that. That's for sure.
She's very bubbly, definitely. I get that vibe from her.
Yeah.
I remember winning. Was it? Or did she lose Indian Wells as well last year? That was it. She lost Indian Wells in the final.
Yeah.
The Rybakina and then were pretty funny too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, she's good at all of these trophy ceremonies. Yeah, she always says something funny. Although in Poland she actually became a hated persona non grata after that Stuttgart trophy ceremony, when she joked that she would with the
Yeah, but
trophy
that was
that she got,
funny.
she would scratch the car of Swiatek.
Yeah, but that was funny.
For me, I also didn't get
That's
why
funny.
people think that it's jealousy or something like that. I mean, it was definitely funny rather than
She's
anything
not
else.
actually,
But
it's like she's not actually going to do that. It's like, Christ.
Exactly.
yeah, but these casual fans that I was mentioning earlier, like they would go crazy about it, and yeah, how she she showed that she's such a spiteful, jealous person, and that it was pathetic, and yeah, there's a lot of
Tiresome.
Sabalenka hate. There's a lot of Sabalenka hate in Poland,
Get a sense of
which
humor.
is completely, inexcusable to me. Like I don't understand what exactly is the reason. I mean,
Well, I
they
think
they clearly respect each other, and
There's
that's
there's
it,
political
really.
reasons as well, I guess. But
Yeah.
If you want to mention the war, sure, but Azarenka doesn't get that. Like,
that's true. It's fair.
Although Azarenka's not quite, she's not a rival. Really.
She's not quite at war with Iga, so
Yeah.
to speak, I guess,
yeah,
There's-
yeah. I
kinda
get
get
it. I guess there's no, well, the Russians are like, there isn't like a clear Russian rival, I guess, either as well. So I guess Sabalenka maybe gets like the full package of the political reasons as well, just
Yeah.
because she's the main rival from these countries. But yeah, the reaction, especially to that Stuttgart trophy ceremony, was just so inexplicable for me.
I think Iga's done, at least as a neutral observer, I think Iga's done a little bit of good, in my opinion. Oh, what a horrible forehand.
Oh my god.
Um,
Oh my god.
Iga's done a little bit of good in the second half of last season, when I think some people were reading into things between her relationship with Sabalenka and both of them. But I think Iga in particular was sort of saying just how much she liked or respects her, and it was said in a good way. It wasn't like when I say respect, it sounds a bit cold, right? Like I respect her.
People always want to see some hate, I guess.
Of course they do, yeah. But I saw, I think, a fairly neutral observer in this scenario. I saw Iga as trying to douse some flames.
That they might not like them. They might not like each other. Who knows? But they're definitely not friends. But like,
They respect each other,
At least they're professional to each other, and like that's all we know, really.
But I don't think they dislike each other. I mean, you say not liking Damien, but I don't think they dislike each other.
They might, like, who knows? Sometimes you just have a person that's sort of getting on your nerves, and you have to still behave professionally, right? Because
I get that. I don't get
like
that.
I'm just saying we don't know that, but well, they're clearly not friends, but they are also clearly, like, on good enough terms to have a joke with one another at the trophy ceremony, and behave professionally with each other. So I don't see any problems with that. Yeah.
I just see this comment from Gene. Oh my god! I don't know if it's because we're talking about this, but
no, I think
it's more like just the Zverev forehand or
Zverev forehand. Yeah. He came straight afterwards. On that forehand, by the way, I don't think I'm pretty sure he shanked it. There's no way he would have went for a shape from that position in the court like that. I'm pretty sure he just hit the top of the frame.
Yeah, and Ons is a good shout as well. None, of course, in the funniest conversation.
She's amusing. I must say that she doesn't make me giggle like Sabalenka does, or Ostapenko.
It is a win over Serena.
Here's a hot take. Quite a lot of the time, the banter on either side, the ATP and the WTA, is basically just, "Oh, I hope you lose today." It's just kind of that sort of stuff. There's pretty much never anything that out there, is there? Apart from, this is why I'm mentioning it, your kind of characters like Bublik, players who actually say something pretty different. Maybe Nick, if you want to throw him in there, I guess, but he's not for my personal taste.
He's changed a little bit,
Yeah, a wee bit.
I think he's got worse.
I think he's got worse as well.
Yeah, because he starts kissing ass now. Like he actually starts.
Yeah.
Like Djokovic, for example. I love him when he was just going at everyone. No one was free of that.
He
Well,
called
maybe
Djokovic.
Federer was like always a person he never said a bad word about, but like
Yeah.
everyone else, he was just slamming, you know. And
Yeah,
now Djokovic is also there. Now he also says some respectful stuff about his other rivals, and yeah, it's not the times when he was like, for example, slamming Gianluca Mager for being 78th in the world.
It's like, what the hell are you doing? Stuff like that is so weird. I just think, like, why is he attacking people like that?
Boris Becker recently.
But that's funny. That's what I want to see. You know.
Yeah, that is
If-
funny. But Boris, he does go over a line of being a bit bullyish. That's the thing.
Yeah,
isn't it?
exactly.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
Carreno Busta, what are you doing? Like, why
But
are
at
you
least
like,
at least
Carreno
something is
Busta?
happening then, you know. And if he goes over the line, then his peers are not gonna like him. So like the only real loss there is his, really, and we get a lot of fun out of it.
Yeah.
This
And-
this,
Oh,
match,
Mhm.
this match,
Mate,
by the way, can
yeah,
go.
go on.
1 point is like, wow, the quality is so high, and then it goes from quality high to quality low in the space of 2 points.
That's very fitting for them, though. Like we are talking of two very similar players who struggle like with a lot to step out of the comfort zone, let's say, and yeah, have forehands which are so easy to break down. So today there was a bit of drama on Twitter, by the way. I think John, probably you would have enjoyed that because Ben Rothenberg was calling out the tennis letter and all of these accounts.
Oh,
All right.
was he? Okay.
Yeah. It was like
For not-
5 or 6 hours ago, so you might,
There's a couple.
want to read it later.
I'm half guessing. I guess it's not posting links is one of the elements to it. Was that what it? I'm just guessing.
Sorta. There was this one person. Mhm.
I called out, this Twitter account, Ollie.
Yeah.
Who's actually just they've changed by the way. They were a Rafa Nadal basically fan Twitter account, and they decided to become a sort of news Twitter account, and that's fine, I guess. But I did from my personal account. Actually, I did it from that one rather than the Talking Tennis one. I did say, Ollie, can you just add links to these posts that are obviously just the problem is though is that these accounts, I think they have paid something so they can write longer tweets. I think if you pay this fee that X asks for, you can then write 300 characters or double or whatever. I think and
I
with
think there's
that,
no limit, like almost no limit. Like the posts sometimes
but
get
with
so long.
that fee, even when you add the link, I was thinking it's going to be quite far down that actually people will just see that first tweet anyway, that still you might not. So this it's still a bit, the classic is to do the voice thing, the voice thing, and it's lame and it's sort of a bit naughty, and we know what they're doing, but
I think Ben only mentioned the tennis letter by name, but like I'm pretty sure Ollie was also part of his. Was
this the theme though of Ben's complaint?
Yeah, literally. And there was that one case was interesting though, and it actually like got me thinking a little bit, because there was this one woman, I think it was Melanie. She follows me, but I never really noticed her account.
Melanie Lautrup, maybe.
Oh yeah, exactly, yeah. Exactly. And she basically thought that maybe Ben is also targeting her in that. And I scrolled through her account and I was like, nah, she's better than this. Like she definitely isn't part of it.
Good, yeah.
But they started talking to each other, Ben and Melanie, and actually it turned out that Ben also has issues with her work or whatever. And actually this one post was really horrible. Like she basically took an article of Rim. I don't want to say the last name, but you know who I'm talking about.
I know who you mean.
Because I don't know how to pronounce it. That's why I don't want to say it.
Oh, okay.
And she wrote this. It was an interview with Hubert. And basically Melanie had like 6 or 7 posts in a thread where she pointed out like a billion of sort of small quotes from the interview. And she did quote Rim. She did post her link. She said that, she sort of recommends reading the whole interview. But I think if you post like 7 different tweets from that one article, then it actually works sort of the other way around. People aren't going to read it. because they have already seen everything that's important in that on your Twitter. Like, why
Yeah.
would I read it if everything that's important in the interview has already been said in the thread? And Ben was talking about that tweet, and even Reem chipped in. And basically, Melanie couldn't really understand why this is wrong. Like, she basically
I
said
know.
that she's recommending the article to people, and she's afraid that otherwise they wouldn't read it. Whereas Ben was just telling her, just retweet. And Reem also like said something negative, like basically said, "You really don't understand why I'm against people like committing piracy on my own work." So that was pretty interesting, because like initially scrolling through Melanie's Twitter, I was like, no, her account is fine. But indeed, I think at some point it becomes a bit too much. Like, I'm fine with if she was just, if she posted the interview and said, "Oh, this is a very interesting interview, check it out." Like, that's perfectly fine, right? With a link. But when
Yeah.
she does like 7 tweets in a thread about that interview, then no one who reads the thread is actually going to read the interview.
Yeah.
There's no reason to anymore. So
No.
yeah, it's a tough topic, because anytime someone, like when Ben says it, at least he has a 150,000 followers, and sort of he won't be really accused of like jealousy or whatever. But I think if an account of our sort of stature would pick this topic up, then it's so easy to just say, okay, so you're jealous because the tennis letter has 70k followers. I'm not, but it would look like this if I said something. So yeah,
When I highlighted that to this account, Ollie, I actually semi-feared that they might bite back, but to be fair, they didn't respond at all. And then I saw a tweet a day later, and they did put the link in. Now I have no idea if it has anything to do with the fact that, and I have spoken to this Ollie person a couple of times in private message and always found them very nice, if you like. In fact, this is when they were a Rafa Nadal account, as opposed to now the news account that they are, or a news distributor, if you like.
Because I think a lot of these mean well. They just don't really understand fully what they're doing.
I think it's a mixture, Damien. I think maybe that's a bit too kind. I think you're generally right that they're not malicious, but I do think they know what they're doing. I do think that they know that they're copying and pasting an article, and they're spending this money on having
Luigi Gatto surely knows.
Right, but I think these other ones, they know what they're doing. They know. I do think they know.
But like in a way, I'm also not fully with Ben, because I think accounts like this are also helpful in terms of like actually growing tennis as well, because they get to a lot of people. But yeah, a lot of the time when I see these articles, when people could literally just retweet and they sort of steal someone's content only for it to appear on their own profile, that's awful. Like, if you have nothing to say, just click retweet. That's basically my philosophy on this. If I have something to add, sure. Or if you just want to recommend someone's work, that's amazing. But if you don't have anything new to say, or just click the retweet button, which for some reason is very underused on Twitter.
I use it quite a lot, but I think it's just because I'm lazy. It's just easier, isn't it? That's you.
Apparently not for everyone, some people just do it and add like 2 words literally, and then they read the rewards. But yeah, it's an interesting thing to read about, certainly, and the tweet has like 6 different avenues right now. So yeah, if you guys are interested in that, do check it out. It was like 8 hours ago, maybe.
Is it the one she said about it felt like she couldn't have a baby as well? Was it that article?
Oh, the On Jabeur one, yeah. Oh, is it from the same article?
The one from yesterday. I don't know. I haven't actually read it, so I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
It was a nice backhand from Zverev, by the way. It's probably one of the first
yeah, nice, yeah.
backhand winners for a while. That was good. I am sort of coming back to the match for a second. I feel like Zverev is one of those players where his absolute best is seriously good. I think I've talked to you about this before, John, where He played that match against Novak at the Olympics, and he was down 6-1 in a break. And then the upside on his forehand was just insane. He just started going for absolutely everything. He's an absolute monster. I mean, he's so big. He should be able to generate so much power. But he's just so happy to kind of sit back and let the other player overheat a bit.
And for I don't know how many days or weeks that him and Rafa were playing at the French Open a couple of years ago, he was the better player for the 2 sets. But I mean, he was about to go into a second set tiebreak, I think, and of course he was a set down. But he would just do a little bit like today, but more extreme. You know, he would get himself in an unbelievable position because he's a very, very good tennis player who should have won a couple of Grand Slams maybe by now. And then he would just cede it every time, the advantage. It was just silly. I mean, I wasn't a neutral observer, of course, but if I was a Zverev fan, that would drive me nuts.
Yeah. I mean, the US Open
yeah.
is just like unforgivable.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's you serve for the tournament. I think that always just gets overlooked. The fact he actually served for the tournament, he served for the whole thing.
He was 2 sets up and he served for the tournament. Did he have match points or not in that match?
No match points.
No, it was team 6-4, and then team still won 8-6 in the tiebreak. But yeah, he like absolutely lives and dies by that forehand. When he's confident in it, when he's hitting it well, he's like top 5 in the world at least. But most of the time, he's just not willing to do it. And we've mentioned this sort of discussion many times. But when there was this, I think it was Vansh who did that poll, like whose forehand would you rather have, right? Zverev, Medvedev, or Hurkacz? Zverev's is the only one that doesn't really have limitations theoretically. His limitations are in his head. And I
think Medvedev gets a bit more of a bad rap than he deserves on the forehand.
Medvedev at least has that, amazing defensive quality. It just has issues with a certain aspect of using the shot. Whereas Hurkacz is like definitely the worst out of these 3.
Good return.
Yeah, very good return. That was fantastic. Was it intentional?
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Mostly.
I'm watching the slow mo, and
of course it wasn't meant to be this good.
Yeah,
you cannot really generate an angle like this on purpose, or at least not consistently.
Break point. Ooh. Here we go. Damien doesn't like it. Returns back in play.
I wanted this to finish by noon. I'm gonna have to start watching a challenge to find out I'll go at first. Well, I'm gonna.
Well, I assume that.
Well, I think it will finish by noon. Oh, you mean the tie? Yeah.
I mean, noon is right now, literally. So, for me, of course. So.
Yeah.
Alexander Zverev saved 2 championship points, or United Cup points, I should say, in the tiebreak in the second set, and is now up a break in the third set. Why did they call it United Cup points? That's going to bother me until the end of the day.
I mean, I get it. United Cup title points.
They just don't do it at any other tournament.
No. You don't say Davis Cup point when it's...
No.
I guess not.
No. Championship points for Poland. By the way, why I don't see why Iga would be unable to beat Serena Williams, especially at that stage of her career.
And how relevant is that, by the way, to anything we were talking about? I don't know.
No, I think Nurlan is just trying to prove that Rybakina is the best player in the world at the moment. But, when she beat Serena, it was like, what, 2019 or...
By the way, maybe he's talking about Venus. He says, "Do you see in hell Iga can beat Williams?" I mean, maybe it's Venus. Maybe it's Richard.
Maybe both. Maybe it's both. Yeah. No, but of course, I don't really see a reason why not.
I think there's a snooker player called Mark Williams. Maybe it's Mark Williams.
Yeah. Cooper Williams, top 10 junior. right now.
Go, yeah.
John Williams.
Actually, Iga would lose to Cooper Williams.
I think there was a South African
To
rugby
John
graduate.
Williams, I think she would beat. John Williams, I think
Williams.
she would beat on the tennis court. He seems to be. I haven't seen him play tennis, but I think he's probably a bit old by now.
Degenerated the conversation there.
Yeah, that's Nerland. That's Nerland.
It's 91, John Williams. Jesus Christ.
I think Iga would probably just clinch it in a third set tiebreak. Right, big moments. Zverev ahead in the third set. Do we get a little bit of nerve from him? Does he just play everything passive as? Let's see.
I think it's not too nervy, and I think United Cup is different now. It's a slightly nicer environment. It's not serving for the US Open.
No. And actually, that was quite a
sometimes
move
it can add to the pressure though, because
agree.
you're not
In a
only
doubles, I
representing
think so.
yourself.
Yeah, I agree. In a doubles, I agree. I think you can feel a bit of responsibility there, and I think Iga's even mentioned actually.
Even
But,
here, you can feel the responsibility because you're not playing for your own win only. You're also playing for
agree. I don't know, I
Swiatek,
just
for Michalski, for Peter, for Zielinski, for Kava. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Zverev is playing for those people, but
Zverev, no, but I was talking about Hurkacz and like
I know.
the 2 match points that he wasted earlier. Basically, that's what I was
Yeah.
I was going for.
But I think you can also enjoy it a bit. I think you can enjoy being the senior person, perhaps, and enjoy that in this singles environment. Like, you know what, I'm gonna make us get a doubles match.
I think if this is the discussion now, who is more likely to win the doubles? That's quite an interesting question, actually. Hubie, Swiatek, or Zverev, Siegermund, I would imagine. Maybe they'll put in a different German player, but it seems unlikely.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, and like with Poland, of course, that's the nomination. With Germany, the only real chance is that if Zverev was like too tired to play. But the last few days, they've been able to like give them like 50 minutes of break, or maybe something around 40. So it probably will be enough. And I think after what Zygmunt showed in the quarters and in the semis, there's no way they're going to play Kerber now. So
yeah.
And who's the favorite? It's mixed doubles. You know,
I know.
There's no favorites. There's no favorites.
I kind of get putting the singles player in, but I honestly would prefer, if I was Team Germany, I would put in probably Kravitz. I'm pretty sure he's there, right?
No.
Is it not Kravitz that's there?
Kai Wechnelt is there, but that wouldn't make sense.
Is Plates there? Tim Plates?
No.
Where are all these German doubles players?
It's Zverev, Marterer, and Wechnelt. Yeah.
Oh, what? So Mies isn't there either?
No, I mean, is Mies even playing anymore? I don't
think he is. I'm pretty sure Kravitz is, but I didn't think Mies was.
Kravitz, yes, Kravitz is for sure. Will Iga and Hubie play doubles at the Olympics? That's the goal. Yes, they have both stated that they want to, and I'm pretty sure the reason why they're also really focused on the mixed here in the group stage at least was to get some practice in before that United Cup. Before the Olympics, I mean. Looks like Hubie has just secured, will soon secure another opportunity for the Hubiga doubles. So that's what Hurkacz was going for. When he had 2 match points, he was like, nah, I still want to get some match practice with Iga.
Classic.
Let's play the mixed.
Classic. Looking back on those match points, man, one of them was the forehand pass from Zverev, right? That was a pretty good one. What was the other one?
Must have been on the Zverev serve.
It was,
I think Hurkacz missed a backhand in a rally.
Yes, he did.
Wide.
He kind of tried to hook it wide, I think. Quite a lot of spin.
Yeah. That's the shot I remember. Yeah.
Not really one you'd expect to miss, actually.
Definitely a cheapish error.
Yeah, I would say so.
Oh yeah. I just rewinded and it's He just completely overhits it.
Right, looking like we're going into Zverev serving for the match. What do we think? Does he get tight on this first point?
Like
I
honestly,
really love that in tennis. Honestly, if he loses the first point, I would highly expect him to get quite a bit tighter. But if he wins the first point, it's like 90% chance of winning the game, I think.
yeah, like 95 at the top level, I think even. At least for players like Zverev with such big serves. But like, yeah, he's still barely losing points on serve,
Yeah.
This set, it's been just 5. So like outside the tie breaks, Hurkacz has been barely winning points on return here.
I just think if it was for the French Open against Novak Djokovic, that would be different. And I would sort of say 60-40, but I think to force a doubles United Cup hard court against Hurkacz.
Against
Should
one
be
of the
alright.
worst returners in the top 50.
Yeah, right.
Although his stats did improve considerably. in
Has
the second
Hurkacz
half.
broken, by the way, today?
No.
I mean, he's
No breaks
barely
to
winning
serve.
points on return. He's won like
Oh, sorry, yeah, there's been one.
13 points maybe on return in the entire match outside the tie breaks.
Yeah, something around that.
Like he's definitely one sort of 1 point a game or lower average on the Zverev serve. So
I love that play from Hubie. He's not won the point yet, actually. Oh, he has now. Love it. So, yeah, just managing to bring Zverev forward a bit there. Capitalizes with a lob. Really nice. And he's forcing Zverev to serve for the match. Where do you think he's going direction-wise on the first serve? I love it.
T.
Yeah, educated guess is T. Definitely.
I think T, yeah. I have a theory, and I think it applies to tennis too. In fact, I know it. I'm sure it does. Is when you're a penalty taker, okay, you'll have a favoured side, and let's just say you want to go this direction, so to the left as you look when you're taking the penalty, and that's your one. However, but you don't want to go that way all the time because you don't want every goalkeeper to know you go. So when it doesn't matter, the penalty, you're winning 3-0. That's when you go your weak away, if you like. That way, same with serve, exactly. So that way, when the goalkeeper analysis is going, well, what way is he going to go with the penalty? If there's a penalty in the game, you go, well, it's 70-30. It's 70-30. You go, oh, okay, so it's not sure, but he's only going 30 because that's when it doesn't matter so much, if you like. And yes, same with tennis. It's like Zverev, it's like Tsitsipas backhand. You probably don't go to it when it doesn't matter. Your 40 love up, you go down to the tee, you go to the forehand. Sorry, but your break point down or your deuce, and it's getting towards the end of the match. That's when you go to the
break point down. Always serve out wide.
This is the interesting thing, though, because stats nowadays take all that into account. So you can't kind of cover yourself up. Like people will come into the match knowing how often you serve they're under pressure, and if it's like 90%, then they'll just cover that, and it's a big advantage. So if you're able to mix it up, I think a really good example of that is Berrettini. His first serve's pretty much 50-50, regardless of the situation. He can really cover himself well, despite the fact his serve's about as big as Zverev's and Hubie's.
Yeah. And 90% of players would just go out wide on any important point.
Zverev tried to go T.
He did go T.
Yeah.
Tried to, yeah.
And my theory, it's an obvious theory, but he's trying to go flat down the tee rather than sliding it, which is a bit more of a feel shot. He prefers just to slap his way to victory, basically.
But that's like pretty common for him, right? I mean, most of his serves are like that.
Yeah. Good defense from Hubie there. He's got a really good chance here to get the first point of the service game. Zverev's backhand clips the line, though. Zverev peppering the forehand. He's happy to trade with Hubie on that wing.
Yay.
Oh, and that's the one. He just pushes it along.
Yeah.
I had 5 in a row or so. He actually hit some of them quite nicely, but that's frustrating for Polish fans around the world.
Thankfully, I'm not one of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm very cool with this. Although I would prefer it if we won the title, actually.
Yeah.
But I'm very cool with this, and especially since we're actually not on the verge of losing, we're on the verge of going to the mixed. So
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
yeah.
Right, so as we said, probably about a 95% chance of winning the service game from here now. Nice little cushion. Zverev maybe just able to open up a little bit on serve here. Maybe goes a bit bigger. Is that a time violation or no? Yeah?
Well, Hubie's complaining or apologising for something.
Both players are now at the net and talking to the umpire, but I don't know about what. It seems like between each other they're okay. They're like more explaining something to the umpire.
Trying to. Maybe I can hear actually. Hold on.
You try.
Yeah, Hubie's just like, it's all right. So it was a time violation. Hubie's kind of like, it's fine. Presumably because he was the one that was also holding him up a wee bit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he has been struggling a bit, and they may replace him for the doubles.
The umpire?
Yeah. No, only Novak has that kind of power.
Don't start a coup.
Yeah, I know.
Right, serves back in play. I'm sure it'll just be a rally for days. This is going to get tight. Does Hubie end up pushing a forehand long? Or who misses first in the forehand? There we go. Zverev first. Legs gone. As Gina's just pointed out, that did look a little bit like he couldn't really push up there. It's getting a bit tense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a first serve as well? I'm pretty sure it didn't really have much on it.
180 something.
Under 200k is not amazing for Zverev. But again, it's all about placement. And that one's perfect. But Hubie gets it back into play. It's a great return, actually. Oh, it's getting tight, man. Like, Hubie's forehands are like falling into the service box. Oh, Zverev's still in it. Thought about coming forward, didn't bother. No, oh my God. That's rough. That's rough. He actually played it quite well, but that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Was a little deeper than he thought, I guess.
Well, the rallies are getting physical, so I guess a silver lining for Hurkacz is that rally was nice and long. Probably will make the next point a little bit more winnable.
Yeah.
You get
Then
into a
again, it's
rally.
Hubert Hurkacz on return. And
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I've just spied the score accidentally.
yeah, and I saw the point.
No, that's
it's
poor return. No, that's a poor
Yeah.
return. I'm sorry. That's right in the strike zone. There's no way
Yeah.
he's missing that. There's no way.
You're not
That's
going to
poor.
count it as an unforced, but
That was poor.
this situation in the match, you kind of have to make it.
Not great. Match point. Here we go. Zverev gets the first serve down the tee. Hubie gets it back into play. Trading down the middle again. Neither player up in the rally. Hubie going backhand cross. Gets a running forehand. It was Zverev surely up in the rally now, but doesn't opt to come forward. Chooses a drop shot out of nowhere, maybe bailing out the rally. Hubie redrops, and it's enough to win the point. That
No,
looked a
Hubie did
lot-
well there. Hubie did
Yeah,
well.
He did do well. He did do well. But two things there. One, Zverev didn't come forward on a shot he probably should have come forward on when he had Hubie on the stretch on the slice. And two, the drop shot was a little bit like tired, I would say. I don't think he should have drop shotted at that point in the rally.
Yeah, just bails out of it. But maybe he just finds a big serve.
Maybe. I don't think he squeaks it past Hurkacz on this side. In fact, I'd be interested to see if he's got any aces on this side of the court on the ad court.
Yeah.
I don't see how. Oh,
That's a good
fire
reaction. That's a
backhand.
good reaction.
Yeah, Hubie throws the racket down in disgust. Fair enough.
In the battle for the 6th favourite at the Australian Open, Zverev wins the 6th favourite title.
Honestly, the match point save was probably one of the best we'll see this year on match point. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good match point save.
Was that
indeed.
the rally that I was really cool on? And I think Gene even said it, or someone said it might have been the best match or best point of the year so far.
Like one of the best match point saves, that we've had.
It was only like 3 shots. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was pretty short, but there was that like passing shot combo aspect where like the first one does some of the job and then he runs into the second one. Pretty tough to control it on the run as well. Yeah, I mean, we get more content, we get more tennis out of it, so it's only really positives.
I think we're finishing the stream though, Damien. I think. I don't know.
I can't continue.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to. No, Damien, you're welcome to carry on.
I mean, but by myself. As I said, there's a banter final I have to watch.
It's hard. I know Jack is done. Yeah.
I knew that Jack is.
I just put, and I've changed that. I know it doesn't say it on the StreamYard thing, but on YouTube I did change it to Zverev against Hurkacz.
So I guess we're not doing it then.
I honestly, 5 hours ago I was ready to sleep a good 8 hours, so I'm really running on empty now. And I didn't.
Australia were here, I guess we'd also be heading towards the doubles, says Matthew. I mean, here it was so easy for Hurkacz to win it, right? So Australia has a better doubles team though, so at least that is better for the Poles here. I know the German team actually beat the Australian one, but still, like on average, Hunter Ebden, both top 4 in the world.
Yeah, that's a much tougher prospect for sure.
Yeah.
I think the Poles win it, is my prediction before we go.
I somehow feel optimistic as well, even though it's so random. I don't know. I just feel like they're gonna. Do it. And we'll see if Zverev plays. That's
his condition.
Main things now. Yeah.
Jim Courier's had a haircut.
So he has.
Yeah.
What's he saying to Zverev? Yeah, just classic. Just said, how did you win the match? You know.
This is how tennis
there we go.
I think it's all about the match point.
Lose by millimeters sometimes, and today I was lucky enough in a way, but obviously it's not over yet. We still have mixed doubles to play, and we'll see how that goes.
So last night and early this morning, you played singles.
Stream's not so working now. But yeah, it was all about that match point, I guess.
A bit about how he had a really late start yesterday and how deep he had to dig. Zverev saying he was exhausted in the middle of the second set, exhausted in the third set, hanging on a lot of the times. Mentally, extremely. But it's classic stuff. I don't know. He's not going to say anything too crazy, I think.
Yeah, he's not going to say Hurkacz is rubbish on return, and I knew
it. Yeah. Hurkacz is a flaky forehand. I've got a flaky forehand, but it was just a battle of the flaky forehand.
The battle of the flaky forehand.
Mine was less flaky, so.
Yeah.
By the way, maybe Hurkacz doesn't play the mixed. Maybe Jan Zieliński plays.
Maybe.
Really?
I don't know.
It's unlikely.
Would that be so weird?
Yeah, didn't Hurkacz and Swiatek win a set 6-love together the other day?
They won 2 sets 6-love.
Oh, did they? 6-love, 6-love.
Yeah, 6-love, 6-love. It's just
it was actually an efficient... a match where Poland could have been eliminated out of the tournament.
I was going to say, such an efficient service motion. I don't think it's going to be a whole lot of effort for Hubert to come out there and just do the same thing again. To be honest, he didn't look that
I tend to think so too, although I just saw some discussion about it. Someone said as well that at the end of the match, Zieliński and Swiatek weren't there. But like that doesn't say much because he probably was warming her up.
Yeah, I know. I've seen. It depends on where you are and who your favorite is and who you isn't favorite. But I saw some people like saying, "Oh, why isn't Djokovic on the bench for Serbia?" Why? I think it was actually a journalist who actually said, "Oh, I noticed the Djokovic." Yeah, because he was playing a half an hour later against someone. I'm not sure who.
It's not particularly informed. But then we've all done it, so I don't know. Like,
I don't know, but no, I think they were just being a bit devilish. I think it was a British journalist.
Okay. I see.
Yeah, it's like, why wasn't he on the Serbia bench? Well, you're not going to be there half an hour before you're playing your singles match. Anyway, yeah, no, I think my plan was always to sort of just cover these two singles matches, and we all knew that Poland were going to get it done in the two matches, but oh, they didn't do it, Damien. So there we go. But no, I didn't plan on covering the doubles, and I think you can enjoy your challenger thing, and you can get your Polish flags out and your horns and your face paints and enjoy enjoy this last.
I mean, I honestly enjoyed that. I thought it was actually there was some pretty good moments despite it kind of going with serve a lot of the time. But I'm really excited at one point to join you guys for a little official power rankings. I think it's going to be pretty interesting going into the Australian because there's a lot to dissect.
I think so too. I think 1 is clear, 2 to 4 is
Yeah, it's still up in the air a wee bit, but
2 to 4 is up in the air, yeah. But it's 2 to 4. I mean, no one's putting Sinner at 6 or Medvedev at 7 or Alcaraz at 5.
But then, I think 5 onwards, I've already got a few ideas that I want to chuck in, and it'll be interesting to see if you guys. Well, you already know a few of my opinions, but I'll get them official.
Yeah,
I'll back them up. To me, well, we'll see. We'll see if I stick to that when we do some official power rankings. This has just been unofficial.
All right, that's go on, Damien. You got something to say?
No, I sort of got confused, and I'm not sure what we are even talking about now. What's a Deminor style celebration, by the way, Matthew?
It's just like does a lot of fist pumps and screaming at the crowd, basically.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do it. I can do it when Max Kaśnikowski beats Gastão Elias in Oeiras. That I can do. But here, Poland, I mean, yeah, fine. I'll be glad if they win.
He does a bit of like, he kind of like does a sort of sue that Ronaldo does, right? He doesn't say sue, but he almost like faces the crowd and he does a bit of that. And
Deminor does that?
Yeah, no, he doesn't say sue, but he he faces the crowd in the same way as Ronaldo and like does the double fist pump and like screams at them.
I can imagine that being particularly galling.
I can imagine Damien doing that.
My style is more like hand in the air or something like that, or
Damien's
screaming.
just it's like Rebecca. Damien's just won Wimbledon. It's just a
no. I'm actually super intense. Like it could be a match for nothing, and people sometimes like I don't think they laugh at me, but they're like amused a bit. But you know, we are some random training match, and I'm just all out there. You know, come on, Yazda and everything.
Love it. It's good.
I'm just a fist clench, really. Not even a fist pump, fist clench.
I'm just a constant commentator. Just kind of like Andy in a lot of ways. Just can't stop talking about every point.
Not during the point. Like he's gone to my forehand. I knew.
No, no. Kind of afterwards, just like, what the fuck was that shot choice? That's so bad. Right, next point. Come on. Why are you playing a forehand slice? Like that's unreal. Stuff like that.
Yeah. I swear a little bit, but I actually do it in German, funnily enough, and it just comes out. Scheiße. It just feels very natural, yeah. Right. Going to bring this to an end. Enjoy the doubles, Damien, and everyone else. Enjoy your Sundays. If you are still on Sunday, wherever you are in the world, wherever you're tuning in from. And to the rest of you, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe. Check out Damien and Jack on Twitter and all the other socials. And Jack, of course, with his On the Line podcast. Am I saying that right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Damien as well at Damien Kust, and all that other stuff. You know how to do it. And ciao everyone, and take care. Enjoy your Sunday. Now I click this button. Now I click another button, and we say goodbye.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.